And I want to thank the Kansas Contractors Association for lunch and the vice chairman for arranging that. And I'd like to take a minute to thank staff. I know you guys go unnoticed a lot of times, but the wheels turn because of you and very much appreciated. So thank you. County officials, and believe me, that was not on the agenda. No, I'm kidding. That's how organized they are. That's what made me think of it. So I would also like to welcome Secretary Burkhart for being here today. We're very lucky or blessed, the state of Kansas, to have such a good Secretary of Revenue. So thank you for all you do. Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and start with the officials from Chase County and Ford County. Are they online? Great. We'll start alphabetical. Do you want to start with Chase County first? Oh, I'm sorry. You do have Ford County up first. So Debbie Cox. Hello, Debbie, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Well, welcome to Legislative Post Audit.
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. They're working on the audio visual. So committee brief overview. I don't know if you remember, but we did have an election audit last year. And in that audit, we had the results from 13 of the 15 counties, but in 2 of the counties, the data, the information was sealed in a lockbox that Legislative Post Audit was not available to them and could not be opened without a court order. So Debbie, would you like to explain what happened in Ford County? And when I read the audit, Ford County also limited or refused access to equipment and other items, not just the items that were in a sealed box.
My sealed box, I had staff at that time that we have been doing this since I've worked in the office. I've worked for 3 county clerks before me. And at that time, my staff and board workers, they just go in and clean up as soon as we're done with the election. And at that time, I was having some family issues and was not here, that I could not tell them to hold that out. We will be holding everything out from now on. As far as not allowing them, I was not going to open up my election equipment when it still had the election on it. The room that I do my tally machine does not have even connections for any internet. This is an old motel. They never put anything in there. There's not even a phone jack in there. I bought my equipment in 2017. It was certified by then Secretary of State Chris Kobach, and it has no way to connect to the internet in any way, shape, or form.
Well, Debbie, we thank you for that, but did Legislative Post Audit, were you requesting a remote audit of the data, or did you travel to those locations? They traveled to those locations, Debbie, and they were still denied access.
Yes, I understand.
So that is opposite of what you're saying, that.
I'm sorry?
So why did you not allow them access when they traveled to your location?
Because I still had the election equipment data on there. So I didn't feel comfortable opening that up when I didn't really exactly know who they were. I am very cautious with what I show people. I did not want to get out my passwords in front of them. They asked where I kept my passwords. I was not comfortable with telling them where I kept my passwords. At that time, I did not have safes or key locks. I kept everything in my control. Now, since the Secretary of State provided security monies, I have bought safes for some of my stuff that I did not have, and I bought key safes also.
Committee, any questions for Debbie? Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was under the impression that, Debbie, that you knew that our auditors were coming, and there were 15 counties, 13 of them allowed that audit to happen. Couldn't you have made a call to the State House to confirm who our auditors were and then allow them access to that? Because we were under the impression from the committee that you knew that was going to happen and that we wanted that data.
I did know that was going to happen. Like I said, I was having some personal family issues with my parents' health at that time, so kind of things were up in the air. When they got here, it was just, I just wasn't even thinking.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, that's, I mean, we all, and I understand family issues. We all have those, but we also have our jobs to do. And, you know, we're trying to determine, you know, the election security issues. And I don't really buy that excuse. In fact, Madam Chair, I'm not even sure what to ask next, because it's just, you know, we didn't do it because of, you know, the dog ate my homework kind of situation. So yeah.
We do have other questions,
Yeah, any
Senator,
other
and I
questions?
understand Representative Probst.
Thank you. Mike, I kind of want to walk through a couple of things here. There are two core issues. One is that there were documents that were sealed, and if I understand it correctly, that reason for those documents being sealed is because you were absent or unavailable, and staff that you had available at the time just put all those documents in there and locked those up. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. That's the way we've done it for years. And I had not instructed them to hold it out because I wasn't even thinking at that time. We've just always boxed them up.
And then, am I right in understanding that once those are sealed, then the interpretation of statute then is that they can't be unsealed?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we're at any point, like, this wasn't a case that we encountered in other counties, so were you made aware that this was irregular to have those documents sealed up with other documents?
Was I made aware that it was irregular? No. Like I said, I've worked for 3 county clerks before, and we've always sealed them up.
Okay. So then I want to move on. That's one issue. And then the other issue is the denial of the examination of the computer equipment. That is a different issue. And I want you to explain again why, setting that aside, my understanding is the auditors traveled there. They would have informed you who they were, what their purpose were, and what their charge was from this committee. And you were made aware of all of that. And then, so you then still felt uncomfortable opening or allowing access to that computer. Is that right?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. And can you explain why?
I'm just not comfortable with giving that information out. My computers are not connected to the internet in any way, shape, or form. I cannot buy computers that are that way. I buy everything that has been approved through the Secretary of State's office. And I am very guarded in my security of my election equipment.
But did the auditors explain to you why they wanted to look at this equipment?
They just said, could I open it up? And I said, no, I will not.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to like, I mean, you were one of 2 counties that, I mean, I think actually you're the only county that didn't allow an examination of the computer. So did you fully understand that you have to comply with this audit request?
I guess I didn't fully understand that. No.
Did you check with them?
I did take them into the room, and they were allowed to look in the room. There is no jacks in the room for any kind of connection of any way.
Did you reach out to the Association of County Election Officials to see if they had a position on this?
No, I did not.
Did you reach out to the Secretary of State's office to get any guidance from them?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
So committee, any other questions? Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for your testimony today, Madam Clerk. So let's take this a step further. If we decide to audit your county as part of our process next year, will you allow them access to this information?
Yes, I will.
So Representative Francis, thank you. Any other questions, committee? So Debbie, I do have grave concern. It sounds like you think that the major issue for the legislative audit was connections. That would have been, or hacking, that would have been part of the audit. But I don't know if you're aware, there were actual ballots inverted in the 2022 primary. There were other things that were being looked at also, not just the ability or the idea of hacking. I'm not sure, I just can't understand where you're coming from when a state official legislative post-audit comes and you deny them access completely. I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around this. Because one of the things that I say about Kansas elections is that we do have secure elections, but we have found instances where there can be an improvement, and that's what this audit was about, was trying to find places that we can possibly improve. But when we have one person, you said that you were the only one that had access, but it wasn't locked up. I mean, that in itself is a major security issue.
Ma'am, it was locked up. Actually, I have a swipe card and deadbolts on all of my equipment, rooms that my equipment are stored in.
And you're the only one that had access to that?
I'm the only one that had access to the key at that time. My office staff, they have access to it also. No one else can get in there without coming to my office for the keys.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Debbie, just for clarification, what is your position there at the county? Are you the county clerk?
Yes.
Okay. You said you'd worked under two previous county clerks, so I wasn't clear. So you are in charge of all the elections there, and then you have staff.
Yes.
I get, well, without going through the audit, we don't know what we don't know about this. So, Madam Chair, I would suggest that for the next two election cycles, primary and general election, that we allow our post auditors to go in and do the full audit that they were going to do, both for this primary election and for the general election, to see what the procedures are, to allow our auditors to take a look at Ford County. That would be my suggestion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Committee, any other comments or questions? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would this be a full-scale audit as such that we're determining 9 to 12 today? Would that be that, or would it be more of a follow-up and wouldn't necessarily require the decision for the full audit?
Thank you, Representative, for clarifying. I think what we would do is keep this under the 100-hour audit, that we could do 100-hour for the primary and 100-hour for the general. And that way, we have the parameters of the previous audits. But we can take a look at that scope. I think that's a great suggestion, Senator. Chris, would you like to comment? I know it would impact you guys.
Yes, all of our work is done under the guise of an approved audit. So we would have to come up with there's no mechanism at the moment. So, but we could come up with something for future approval.
Right, that's what we would do. We would put the language, we would follow the process. We're not going to break the process in order to attempt to audit a broken process. But Representative Tarwater.
I just had one last question on that. Have all the evidence been destroyed at this point, or can we still unseal the?
So Representative, we would have to go through a court, that's a question for Debbie. I don't know if you've destroyed the evidence or not. If it's still sealed, then we could get a court order to open the box. Debbie, are those documents still available?
I would have to look. I think they are, but I can guarantee that.
Could you get that response to the committee?
Yes, I can go down and look.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any other questions for Debbie? Seeing none, thank you, Debbie, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Chase County. Connie Pretzer, welcome to the Legislative Post-Audit Committee.
Thank you for having me.
So Chase had a little different situation. Theirs was only the data that was stored. You did allow access to legislative post-audit for the rest. So you're in a little different situation. Committee, are there any questions for Connie? Representative Francis, then Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Chairwoman, and thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you tell us why the documentation was sealed with the ballots, and what you've done in the past? Was this your typical policy?
Yes, that was our typical policy. We have since revised that.
Good to know. Thank you, Connie. Committee, any other questions? So it appears it was inadvertent or an innocent interpretation of the law is what I would say in Chase counties. Would you agree with that, Connie? Or, I'm sorry. Okay, you would. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what it looks like as an outsider.
I assumed, I'm not over speaking here, I assumed once the election was finalized, certified, that we could just put everything to bed, and we're a small county, everything.
Are you still there, Connie?
I am.
Some reason we lost volume. Could you repeat what you just said?
Said that has been standard practice to seal all of our documents with our ballots. We put the election to bed after we're certified. We'll no longer do that.
I did hear you say you're a small county, but I would say you're an important county too.
Of course we are. You bet
Thank
we
you.
are.
Thank you.
Come visit anytime.
Okay. No, I do actually drive through there more than you. No, you got a couple of good restaurants. Senator Thompson.
It's a big county, long way across. Connie, and I'm guessing you're the county clerk as well?
Correct.
For Chase County. Were you under the impression from, what gave you the impression that you were supposed to seal those documents up with the ballots? Was that your interpretation of the state law?
Yes.
Or Secretary of State's policy, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. And as per the Secretary of State's office, I know in part of this audit, a lot of counties responded they didn't understand, or they didn't get the guidance from the Secretary of State's office that they felt that they needed. Would you say that's the case?
Yes.
And do you think that there would be some help that you would find some validity in having a standard guidance from the Secretary of State's office as to how to deal with the various components of your election?
Absolutely. And I think we're getting that with our training.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Connie.
Thank you. I'll state the obvious. I know we've ran into it with PVD also, but with elections, it's, the county will say they're looking to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State will say, well, we don't have the authority to enforce. So we've got a little bit of issue or work for the legislature to take that on as to establish who has the authority and where the buck does stop. Any other questions for Connie? Representative Tarwater.
The same question about the evidence. Maybe we can look at that too, if they still have it.
Thank you. Connie, do you still have the, or is it in a sealed, did you destroy the data?
Not for 22 months.
So for the 2022 primary, you still have it then?
Correct.
Okay, great. We would have to get a court order in order to open that, but it's something that we can discuss. Any other questions for Connie? Seeing none, thank you again, Connie, for joining us.
Anytime.
Committee, I think we do have a good proposal. I think we'll look at writing up a couple of 100-hour audits, and maybe we can address that and go over it our next meeting. Would that be okay with everyone? Okay, great. Thank you. Committee, I'd also like to point out we have another dignitary in the audience. I'd be remiss if I did not welcome Senator Commissioner Pat Apple. So thank you for joining us. Yes. Great senator, great commissioner. I wish he was still on the commission. So thank you. Now, school board member. Oh, I forgot what capacity you were here. Well, next up. Okay, committee, let's move on to, unless there's any other questions or comments. Seeing none. Next on the agenda is the motor vehicle taxes. Macy, would you? Thank you.
I just want to make sure that, yep, it's on. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Macy Smith, and today I will present our motor vehicle tax audit, and that should be in your packet. Matt Etzel was the audit manager, and Sam Dads, Holly Alker, and Jonathan Jones were team members. The question we answered in this audit was, does the Kansas Department of Revenue have adequate procedures to ensure all sales and compensating use taxes due on vehicle sales are remitted to the state? So what does that mean? Basically, we're asking what best practices does KDOR have in place to make sure that taxes collected on motor vehicles are being paid by the dealerships and counties who collect those taxes. Throughout this presentation, you will hear me talk about procedures. And when I say procedures, you can swap in the term best practices. These are the things that KDOR does to make sure good things are happening and bad things are not happening in regards to collecting motor vehicle taxes. At a high level, we found that KDOR generally has procedures in place, but they have a few areas they need to strengthen in their county processes to help ensure the state receives its tax revenue on time and in full. I'll get to more specifics of those findings a bit later in my presentation, but first I want to give you some general background on motor vehicle sales and use taxes, who collects those taxes, and KDOR's role. This background information starts on page 4 of the audit report. Anytime someone purchases a motor vehicle that will be used in the state of Kansas, they are either going to pay a sales tax or a use tax. An easy way to start getting your head around the difference between the two is to think about where that vehicle was purchased. Very simplistically, sales tax is assessed on vehicles purchased in Kansas. Use tax is assessed on out-of-state purchases when the buyer returns to Kansas. Both rates for the state of Kansas are 6.5%, and that is only the state rate. Local governments may also assess sales and use taxes. However, we did not look at those for this audit. Then there are two main entities in collecting motor vehicle taxes. There are the dealerships and then the county treasurer's offices. If you buy a car at a dealership, you pay taxes there. If you buy a car anywhere else, usually from another person, you pay taxes at the county treasurer's office when you register your vehicle. And I want to point out here, and this is at the bottom of page 5, the majority of state tax revenue for motor vehicle sales or merchandise comes through Kansas dealerships. However, anyone living in Kansas must register their vehicle. To do that, they go to a county treasurer's office. The counties are seeing everyone, even if they bought a vehicle at a dealership, and the treasurer's offices are checking to make sure the correct amount of tax was paid at those dealerships, and the county staff are also reviewing claimed exemptions. And I want to note here that when someone purchases a vehicle online from a place like Carvana or Vroom, KDOR treats that like a person-to-person sale. That means when buyers go to register their vehicle and get a license plate, which they must do in order to legally drive, those buyers are responsible for paying Kansas sales or use tax at their local county treasurer's office, even if they bought that vehicle online. Then, both dealerships and treasurer's offices take the taxes they collect from buyers and must remit those taxes to the Kansas Department of Revenue. And when I say remit, it simply means pay. Those entities collect taxes on behalf of the state and then give them to the state. So our audit looked at what was happening at KDOR, at their procedures. We did not audit the procedures of counties or dealerships. Now I'm going to move into talking about the procedures we looked at. In 2003, our office did a very similar audit. A short description of that audit is given on page 6 of the report. But at a high level, the 2003 report showed KDOR had inadequate procedures to ensure counties and dealerships remitted vehicle sales and use taxes to the state. We used that 2003 audit in conjunction with guidelines for procedures from the Government Accountability Office, and that's like the federal government's version of post-audit. This gave us a foundation for what KDOR should be doing. Those procedures we looked at generally fell into two broad categories. The first was training and guidance, and then the second were monitoring and enforcement procedures. Our findings on training and guidance procedures start on page 7 of the report. Training and guidance procedures are really procedures that are the front line of defense to ensure motor vehicle taxes are remitted. They help educate both counties and dealerships on what they are expected to do when it comes to remitting taxes. It provides education on when they should pay those taxes, what types of reports they need to file, and other requirements of the law. We looked at 3 procedures. They are listed in Figure 1 on page 8. What we found was that KDOR was generally doing a good job of giving guidance and training to counties and dealerships. We saw evidence of guidance documents, training opportunities, and signs that KDOR was updating this information periodically. We also noted that there were KDOR staff contacts available to answer questions or solve problems. I want to note here that throughout my presentation, when I tell you that KDOR has procedures, what I'm telling you is simply that. They have practices in place to set themselves up for success. I am not saying that these procedures are indicative of whether or not KDOR is collecting every single tax dollar due to them. Now I'm going to move into that second category of procedures, monitoring and enforcement. Monitoring is really important because it helps KDOR identify when counties or dealerships either don't remit on time or didn't remit the right amount. Enforcement is also really important because it sets clear timelines to address any of those issues and makes it clear what penalties could occur if they are not fixed. On this topic, I'm going to start by talking about the monitoring and enforcement procedures KDOR has in place for counties. In the report, this starts on page 9, but on page 10, you can see the 8 different procedures we looked at. These included procedures like having a uniform process for counties to remit taxes, meaning how do counties actually pay those dollars to the state, and the primary mechanism we saw here was KDOR's online payment portal. We also looked to see if there were deadlines to remit taxes, processes to identify delinquent remittances, And then when those remittances were delinquent, what were the increasing enforcement actions? For county monitoring and enforcement, we found that there were a couple areas that could use improvement, but for the most part, and most of those procedures, they had something in place. The two areas that needed improvement were, first, having progressively increasing enforcement actions, and then second, using data they collect when individuals register their vehicles to identify suspicious sales prices or tax exemptions. First, I'm going to talk about having progressively increasing enforcement actions. But what does that mean? Increasing enforcement actions are those additional and growing steps that KDOR would take the longer non-payment goes along. And we found that KDOR did not have procedures in place for counties. If those procedures aren't in place, there is a very real risk that the state doesn't receive its full tax dollars or that they aren't received on time. And I say it's very real because we saw it happen. And if you are following along, this discussion begins on the top of page 11. One county from a sample of 11 was late in remittances throughout the course of fiscal year 23. This county incurred around $10 million in overdue sales and use tax remittances over the course of 15 months. And that was for fiscal year 23 alone. We did not look at this if this issue started prior or if it continued beyond fiscal year 23, but we do know that fiscal year 23 has been resolved. Now, if KDOR had a county enforcement process that was triggered by late remittances, it's unlikely this issue would have remained unresolved for so long. So stepping back into page 10, you will note that the second enforcement procedure KDOR was lacking was that they were not using county registration data to identify questionable sales prices or tax exemptions. When folks go register their car at a county treasurer's office, those offices use the state's tax system to input vehicle information, sales prices, registration information, exemption status, or tax information. That system is called movers. Monitoring this data both monitors what the counties are doing with data entry and helps to flag high-risk transactions. At this time, KDOR currently pulls individual transactions out of their system for review and quality assurance checks. However, if KDOR was able to review the movers' data in a more holistic way, they might be able to spot potential problems, like very low sales prices that don't make sense, or even data entry errors occurring at the county level, which KDOR could correct through training. Before I move into talking about the monitoring and enforcement procedures KDOR has in place for dealerships, I want to talk about an analysis we did using that movers data I just discussed. If you look at figure 3 on page 13, you'll see that we took a sample of 88 vehicles to see if their reported sales prices matched their fair market value. And really, what you see here is it's a mixed bag. A lot of vehicles sold under value and a lot sold for overvalue. What we learned from our analysis here was that it's very difficult to determine if a sales price makes sense. There are a lot of factors at play. I do want to point out those bars in orange because they show the extremes. The orange bars at the bottom left of figure 3 show that 14 vehicles sold for at least 50% undervalue. And then the orange bar at the top, the orange bars at the top right show that 10 vehicles sold for at least 50% overvalue. Again, this highlights how varied reported sales prices can be. And I do want to note here why we selected 50% as our cutoff. First, this was the same cutoff point used in that 2003 audit. But also, if you start thinking about vehicle values, let's say $1,000, a $500 sales price makes sense, but that is 50% of its value. And we did have some vehicles in our analysis with lower values like this. So it could be that those vehicles sold for under 50% of their value. They might be outside of the range of a reasonable sales price, and they could be misreported, but we can't say for sure. In our report, we give an example of a 2015 truck that was valued at $7,500, but sold for $100. That could have been a false sale value, but given that our audit team was unable to review the actual current condition of the that truck, know about prior accidents, or have knowledge of other factors that could significantly affect its value, it may have been an appropriate sales price. KDOR staff also told us that determining the reasonableness of a vehicle's sales price is a challenge for their county staff as well. County staff don't get to put eyes on the vehicle either. Many times with person-to-person sales, the only evidence of that sales price is the title, and that's where the seller fills in the price and then they sign it. I am now going to discuss KDOR's monitoring and enforcement for dealerships. And this starts at the top of page 15, and on that same page, you can see the procedures we reviewed. We looked at fairly similar procedures as we did for county monitoring and enforcement. And for all 8 procedures we looked for, we saw evidence that KDOR had them. And this was an improvement from LPA's 2003 audit, where we noted that KDOR's efforts to ensure dealerships were remitting all the sales taxes they collected weren't as effective as they could be. In our current audit, the audit team was looking to see if there was a standard way that taxes could be remitted. We were looking for processes to identify delinquent dealerships and notify them of their late payments. We also looked to see if there were progressively increasing enforcement actions, that license renewals could be denied if a dealership had outstanding taxes, and if KDOR was conducting risk-based audits of dealerships. And as I said, we saw evidence that KDOR had these procedures. One procedure I wanted to highlight for you is that dealerships cannot renew their license if they are not in good standing, meaning that they have remitted their taxes either in full or that they are on a payment plan. And dealerships have to renew their license every year. So every 12 months, if a dealership is not in good standing, they may not get their dealership license renewed. Before I wrap up here, I did want to touch on 2 other findings from this report, and you'll see those starting on page 19. First, one of the challenges we came across during the course of this audit was that most procedures were not written down. We only saw 3 of their 19 practices written down. While our audit team was able to see that those procedures existed, not having them written down can be problematic. For example, if a staff member with institutional knowledge were to leave their position. The second finding I wanted to discuss relates to the movers database. If you'll recall, the movers database is what collects vehicle registration data from county treasurers across the 105 counties. We saw the movers database had some significant data entry errors that prevented KDOR from doing a statewide analysis, and it also prevented us from using that data set to select a projectable sample of vehicles to evaluate vehicle sales prices and taxes from that were collected across the state. However, I want to clarify that I am speaking of the data as a whole. I am not saying that individual vehicle registration records are unreliable. However, there were systematic data entry errors that make it difficult to take a bird's eye view for analysis and spot high-risk transactions. For example, 26% of entries for fiscal year 23 appear to be duplicated. One reason this might occur is from county staff re-entering a vehicle transaction without properly backing out prior entries. So looking holistically at the data can present challenges. And then wrapping up, in summary, since that 2003 audit that LPA conducted, KDOR has improved their procedures for dealership monitoring and enforcement. And of the 19 procedures we reviewed, KDOR showed evidence of having 17 of those procedures. And recall, I am not saying that all the tax dollars are coming into KDOR because they have these procedures, but I am saying KDOR has practices in place, and these practices help set them up for success. Additionally, KDOR is lacking in a couple areas when it comes to monitoring and enforcement procedures for counties. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Marcy. Committee, any questions? Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the questions I have, how do you handle like a related sale? For instance, I gave my daughter the car that she's had since she was 14 years old. How are those reflected for sales tax purposes?
There's a form you can fill out and take to the county treasurer's office, and those, I think it's the lineal relations, they're exempted from sales taxes.
So did the audit take those sales into account, providing they had that documentation?
If they were noted that it was exempted, we were looking for that too, and we saw those exemptions and examples of them.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great audit, a lot there. On that movers database, is it, do we know how old that is and how long it's been in place? If it's web-based or anything, I'm just curious.
I know it was a little after 2010, but KDOR officials would probably know more specifically.
Okay, I may ask them, just because I think if they're having trouble with the data entry on that, it may be, you know, how it was designed or something like that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 22, on the response from KDOR relating to the current up-to-date sales tax guidance document, their response says publication KS 1526 has been published to the dealer portal. Is that the same document you are referencing, and was that done after the audit?
Referencing earlier in the report that wasn't available. Yes, that was the same document, and they put it on, or told us they did after our audit.
Okay, great. And then the next question and last question is on page 11. So when we're talking about the 10 counties and all the 10 counties that you reviewed, they all remitted everything on time. However, KDOR shared that there was another county. Would that lead us to believe that that was just one out of 105 that was delaying their payment, or was that just one that they shared? How did you interpret that? Would there have been more?
I can only interpret it as that was one that they shared, but that doesn't mean it was.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can ask the department, they're here. Any other questions for Marcy? Representative Tarwater. And then Representative Sawyer.
So was it discussed on why, if you sell a vehicle online, that they don't have to collect sales tax?
So that comes down to kind of, you have to be a registered vehicle dealership. So a registered dealership to be able to collect sales taxes. And so part of that is folks that are living in Kansas and subject to Kansas laws. I think a good comparison might be somebody selling just right outside the border of Kansas. They're selling probably a lot of vehicles to Kansans, but there can't be a requirement of those folks. And my understanding is that if there's a physical presence of like Carvana or a Vroom, then they would be subject to get a license there.
And so they're not bound by the internet law that we passed, the sales tax law a few years ago. They sell a certain amount that they have to collect sales tax and remit it?
So my understanding was that you have to be a licensed dealership to collect sales taxes on motor vehicles, and that was how KDOR had worked that.
Representative Tarwater.
Just the whole process itself, was there any discussion on why we have the dealers actually collect the sales tax and remit it, rather than have the individual, when they register the vehicle at the county level, like most other states do?
I couldn't really speak to that. That was kind of in the policy realm.
Okay. Yeah, Madam Chair, so that, I think there's a disadvantage that the dealers have in Kansas when they're competing against an online dealer like Carvana that doesn't have a nexus. Our dealers have to collect sales tax.
Well, and thank you, Representative. I think the department will be able to talk to that, and there is a nexus.
Okay.
It is my understanding, but hopefully the department will clarify it, and if it's not, then we will deal with it with legislation.
Got it.
Thank you. Representative Sawyer.
Yeah, you referred to that 2003 post-audit. I just want to warn my fellow legislators not to make the same mistake we made after that post-audit. One of the worst laws we ever passed in 2004, the whole problem of the value, the different value, we set up basically forced people to pay sales tax based on fair market value, regardless of what they paid for the vehicle. And we had that was the most unpopular law I think we ever passed. We repealed it the very next year. We had so many complaints from people. So I would caution the legislature, when it comes to used car values, we should stay away. I just caution it.
So Representative Sawyer, thank you, and I'm glad to say a super majority of this committee was not here during that legislation, so, yeah. But I did have a couple of questions on fair market value, how that's established in the state, because I found out with ATVs, fair market value is actually a national average. Are we doing that with vehicles also?
Regulations mention NADA, which is the National Association of Auto Dealerships. There are other tools, like we used Kelley Blue Book, and counties use different tools to assess that.
Okay, I think this audit is demonstrating more holes in the system than the audit itself intended, but with the process. Committee, any other questions? Thank you, Marcy. So would the department like to respond? Mr. Secretary, I think we do have a few questions for you, if that's okay. And I was remiss when I thanked you and all your efforts. You have a great team. Kathleen and all your other team members, I know you know that, but for the public to know it too, we appreciate your work.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, Mark Burkhart, Secretary of Revenue. The department did provide a formal written response, which I think is included in the report. So I'd be happy to respond to questions, if I may, to address a couple of other earlier questions. The movers system, current version 2012. And I would advise the committee that even before this audit, the department has been meeting with county treasurers to develop ways to improve the movers system, and that is part of the department's strategic plan, and we'll see what the budget needs might be for that, whether it's very extensive or not. But one of the goals would then be to be able to make the system more compatible with doing analytical work, much as was mentioned by the auditor today. So that's one question. Representative Francis, in terms of sales between family members, 7936.030 provides a sales tax exemption for sales within a family and its lineal ascendants and descendants. So those sales are exempt. Be happy to respond to any questions. I also have a number of subject matter experts behind me from the department if we get into very technical questions.
So we do have a couple of questions. Representative Tarwater had on the nexus with online dealerships or out-of-state dealerships. Is there a nexus for them to collect state sales tax?
At this point in time, the way the law has been applied is if they don't have a dealership here, they're not required to collect. And the question, again, revolves around, individuals then have to do this at the county level, and what's more efficient, I guess. There are 2,000 dealers, and just from an administrative perspective, it's getting 2,000 dealers to report and remit on transactions as opposed to having 700,000 transactions being reported at the county level. And oftentimes, folks don't register when they should. So there's a delay when you're registering at the county level and paying at the county level. There could be a delay in actually having that tax paid because they don't register timely.
But it is paid eventually.
Eventually, it is paid.
Yes. Representative Tarwater.
So on that note, and having to track $780 million of tax that's collected by dealers, would you be against not having the dealers collect the tax and have the individual pay at the county level like the other states do? And the reason I ask is I was in the business and I worked with car dealerships in the past. I don't anymore, but I've seen deals go across the state line simply because they could buy a car and not have to pay the sales tax yet. in Missouri versus doing it in Kansas. I've seen that happen, and so there's a disadvantage that the dealers have. And not only that, if you have somebody that has a subprime loan, for example, and they're paying 22, 23% on their loan, when you finance sales tax into that, they're paying 22, 23% on the sales tax in the loan. And I think that's something that could be avoided if we just allowed them the 60 days to pay the sales tax. Would that be something you would be against if we decided to just let everybody pay their own sales tax? Might be take some administrative burden off your shoulders.
I'm not sure I'm in a position to be able to respond today without taking all considerations into account, but we'll certainly view that with knowing where you're coming from in terms of making a change in the way things are now.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two. One was the follow-up on the original questions about counties remitting taxes, and you found one that hadn't remitted on time. There was a technical reason for that. Would then the response be that that's just a real anomaly, or at any one given time, would we have counties that are outstanding in their remittance of tax?
We would view that as an anomaly, and without getting into terrible detail on that, this particular county in 2022 was involved in a cybersecurity event, and that sort of precipitated changes to their financial accounting system, and that was the basis for the delay. But the department, we have one individual at the department. All they do, their job is to stay in contact with the counties, and that individual was monitoring that. I was made aware of the security breach immediately when it happened, because when those things happen at the county level, we cut off all services to the state of Kansas. So our state-operated systems are not impaired in any way by what has happened at the county level.
And my last question? My last question really is more of an economic question to understand and to follow up on Representative Tarwater's question, really about our neighboring states and making sure that what we do here in Kansas benefits our Kansans and benefits our economy. So if, and I would think you would know this, but just because it's relevant for this discussion right now, if I purchase a car in Oklahoma or Missouri, am I required to pay Missouri sales tax or Oklahoma sales tax before I come to Kansas? There was some mention in the audit about some states require that. You show that receipt in Kansas, and then you only pay the difference locally. So what is the answer? And if those states are not remitting this, then do you have to mail it in?
Well, when somebody purchases a vehicle in another state and that state imposes a tax at that point, when they come and register in Kansas, they just pay the difference between the Kansas rate and what was paid. They get a credit for what was paid in the other state.
Yes, I understand that, but my question was specifically about Missouri and Oklahoma, since they are our neighboring states and are our direct competitors, and we know their registration fees or property taxes are significantly lower, at least in Oklahoma. I live more in the South, so there are instances where you see people with Oklahoma tags on boats and cars. So my question is, do you know in those particular instances if they are remitting sales tax? And if they are, then would they mail it in since those dealerships don't collect? Or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Any insight? This is John Peterson. He's a manager in our division.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So are you suggesting that someone would purchase a vehicle in Oklahoma and register that vehicle in Oklahoma?
No, I am not. I am simply asking if you purchase a vehicle in Missouri or Oklahoma, you come back to Kansas, according to the audit and according to your secretary, yes, you do have to, in many states, pay for the sales tax that's required. I'm simply asking, do we know about our neighboring states? Do they require a sales tax on their vehicles purchased there even? And if so, and they do not collect it at the dealership, are they mailing these checks in? I understand what happens when they come to Kansas. I'm simply understanding from an economic perspective what's going on across the county line or our state lines.
And I don't have the answer to that. I couldn't answer for what's happening in the other states. I'm assuming if they have a sales tax provision that
She's
Sales tax.
asking if they are paying the difference, and I think it's collected when they get their tag.
It is.
The sales tax.
That's
So they are paying the difference. Yes. Yeah, they are collecting the difference at the county level. No, it's okay. I think she's wondering how much we're losing probably from those out-of-state sales tax. So thank you. I would ask the fair market value. So how are we, is it absolutely by county, they decide what the fair market value of the vehicle is, or?
Basically, what's presented to the county official when they come in and register. This is a very difficult situation for county officials because, and I think Representative Sawyer made this point, 2003, 2004 timeframe, a decision was made to look at fair market value based upon a guide, and there was an uproar, absolute uproar, and that policy changed. The problem is so much of the value is based upon the condition of the vehicle. And unless you are doing an appraisal of that car, looking at its physical condition, mechanical condition, mileage, whether it's been in an accident, all of those are variables. And what happens, though, and the department does do this, to the extent, we are able to identify a suspect transaction, we will issue an assessment. In fact, I dealt with one yesterday, a written final determination where we assess tax against an individual for not having paid the appropriate amount of tax on the purchase of a vehicle. And when we see something that's totally inconsistent with what we think that cost should be, we'll look at it. But again, even our auditors are at a disadvantage because we don't know what that vehicle's condition was at the time of sale. So you can have all the guides in the world you want, but it's the condition at the time of sale that weighs so much in terms of the value to be assigned.
So the sales taxes, I kind of see a chicken or an egg here, because we are looking at fair market value, and fair market value is established by the sales of these vehicles. But I'm trying to figure out, okay, it's also based on what your property tax is paying on your vehicle. And so that's what I'm trying to get to the crux here. Okay, and I'm sorry, you guys, I need to keep my tax chairman hat off, but it does, what we're doing is the chicken or the egg. How are we establishing those values for these vehicles in the sales tax and the property tax? So you get where I'm going.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm trying to recall, but I think we have some language in our statute that speaks to that very issue in terms of fair market value in these types of transactions and what we do otherwise.
Right, and what I found out is with ATVs and other items, we're using a national average for fair market value, and I'm afraid we might be doing the same thing for vehicles, and that's not fair to Kansans, because that's not what we're trading with. But committee, any other questions? Senator Thompson.
Just very quick, so I understand the dealership and county. Do the dealerships remit the taxes collected directly to the state, or do they go through the county?
The dealerships remit directly to the state.
Okay, just curious on that. One suggestion on that movers database. I worked with databases for years in a different realm. What's interesting is the people who design those databases are never the end users. So it'd be very smart to have some end user who has to enter that data into the database to be part of the team that looks at how to improve that database. Just a suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, it's an easy suggestion. I mean, just checking the VIN numbers would help decrease the duplicate. There could be simple, are you sure this is what you want to enter? checks and balances. So I hope we can get that under control. Yes.
And if I can make a comment about that issue, when the request was made from LPA of the department, our IT folks were under very tight time constraints to develop a form, if you will, to provide the information to the LPA. Since the audit, we've spent more time working on that, but we think that it was the way that form was put together that reflected duplications of entry. So it wasn't really a data entry issue. It was more our compilation of that report in such a short time frame. But again, we are refining that report really as we speak today.
So committee, any other questions? Senator Thompson.
Yeah, just one other follow-up. It seems like the big focus on this audit, where the problem area was with the counties and things of that nature. And it noticed it, I think it noted that as far as you guys were handling it, it was more of a collaborative effort with regard to late tax payments rather than any assessing any kind of a punitive damages. Do you see late payments as a problem? I think you said it was more of an anomaly than a problem. And how would you handle a county that was habitually late?
Well, I'm not sure we have counties that are habitually late. You know, we meet monthly with all of the county treasurers. We have a call with them every month. So we stay on pretty much on top of things with the counties. And again, we have one person whose sole job is the relationship between the department and the counties. The counties are incredible partners with the Department of Revenue. They do so many services for the state of Kansas. You know, we again just view them as another agency, if you will, assisting in the collection of revenue for the state of Kansas. So we want to, again, keep that relationship as it is. Again, the one situation, from my perspective, and for the time that I've been back for 5 years, this was the only instance where I've been made aware of any issue with any county.
On that $10 million late deal. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do know the county officials work diligently, and the treasurers do a lot of the work.
They do a lot of work. We have 77 counties providing driver's license services for the state of Kansas.
Absolutely. So, and we have tried to
benefit
address that and
your
compensate.
constituents, yes.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and we look forward to working with you. I think we're going to have some legislation for next year.
Thank you. And we will follow up with some additional information on some of these questions that were posed shortly.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Committee, we're going to move on. Our next audit is the reviewing the Lewisburg School District. Heidi, thank you.
Good morning, committee. So this is the Lewisburg audit. It was a limited scope audit, so it has just one question. It's on page 2. So the question was, did the Lewisburg School District spend select state and local funding in accordance with state law in the most recent school year? So the short answer to that question is that 12 of the 57 district expenditures that we reviewed were not spent in accordance with the state law related to the fund from which it was spent. So for the longer answer, first of all, the 23 school year, Lewisburg spent $31.2 million. The figure on page 3 shows how the district spent that money. So the district spent the most in instruction, it's about $13 million. That was followed by facilities and construction at about $8 million. The district's relatively high percentage of money spent on facilities is related to a bond that the district passed in 2020. The bond was approved for $24 million. The district finished those projects in the 23 school year. So typically, school districts record and classify expenditures by object codes. This includes classifications like salaries and benefits, supplies. And typically, we can use those object level codes to provide another way of understanding how a district spent its money. However, for the year that we reviewed, this district did not apply that level of accounting codes to about 30% of its expenditures. And so, as a result of that inconsistency, we can't accurately report how much a district spent in those types of categories. So on page 4, we discuss a little bit about the laws that direct how school districts can spend their money. So most funds have minimal rules related to how the district can spend its funding. Some funds permit any type of operational expenditure. So for example, districts can pay for a wide variety of operational expenditures from the general fund. So operational expenditures are a very broad category because statute only describes what they are not. So for example, an operating expenditure is not an expenditure related to a federal program. Many other funds require that the money spent from the fund be directly attributable to a specific activity. So for example, any fund spent from the professional development fund must be directly attributable to professional development. And other funds such as special education, bilingual, and virtual school funds all have some similar rules. However, there are a few funds with more specific rules. So for example, money spent from the at-risk fund can only be spent on specific categories of expenditures for programs approved by the Department of Education. And then last, there are a few funds that act only as pass-through funds. So for example, the state pays the employer's portion of CAPERS, and that money is placed in a fund in the district before it's remitted back to CAPERS. So overall, districts have very broad discretion in how they spend their money, but there are a few exceptions. So to directly answer the question, we reviewed the district's detailed accounting records for the 23 school year. And based on those records, we selected expenditures to review for compliance with state spending laws. So first, we selected 6 funds from which to choose expenditures. The funds have a mix of broad and specific spending rules set in state law. So those 6 funds represent about 41% of the district's total spending. And the funds are listed in the figure on page 5. Then we chose expenditures from each of those funds. We chose expenditures that represented a good cross-section of the different types of expenditures. But because we did not choose the sample randomly, we cannot project the results to all expenditures. So for each expenditure, we determined whether it complied with the state law related to the fund from which it was spent. So out of the 57 expenditures we reviewed, we found 12 expenditures from 2 funds that were not spent in compliance with state law. You can see the complete results in the figure on the bottom of page 6. So 9 of the 13 at-risk expenditures that we evaluated were not allowable under state law. State law requires that all expenditures from the at-risk fund be for KSD-approved at-risk programs or the educational staff, training, or contracted services related to one of those approved programs. The district spent about $61,000 on 9 expenditures that did not meet that requirement. Those expenditures included things like seating for students, parent workshops, and payments for interpreters. 3 of the 14 capital outlay expenditures we evaluated were also not allowed under state law. So state law requires that money in the capital outlay fund be spent on specific categories of building-related expenditures. That includes things like equipping a school. But statute does not define what equipment is. The Department of Education provides guidance to school districts to help them understand the difference between equipment and supplies. So generally, equipment, things like computers, desks, musical instruments, generally equipment is allowable. However, supplies, that's things like batteries, soap, gasoline, generally supplies are not allowable. So we identified 3 small expenditures totaling about $1,700 that were not allowable. 2 of those expenditures were for supplies, and 1 was for operating the lights and sound system at various school events. So last, we reported that these 12 expenditures are unallowable because they did not comply with the law for the fund from which they were spent. But both the at-risk and the capital outlay funds are more restrictive than most funds. And it is likely that if the district had spent those funds it's likely that if those expenditures had been spent from another fund that was less restrictive, those expenditures might have been allowable. We also made a few recommendations to the school district. Those are on page 8. We also identified one potential issue for further consideration that has to do with KSDE's policy regarding how bond project expenditures are accounted for on budget documents. And that does conclude my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Heidi. Committee questions? I do have one on your potential issue for further consideration. Would you comment to that?
Sure. While we were just starting the audit, we had some issues with trying to understand how much this district actually spent. And so what we found was that the accounting records the district submitted to us indicated the district spent about $31 million. But all of the documents from the Department of Education that we reviewed indicated the district spent about $24 million. When we started to dig into that, we realized that the budget document, which is one of the documents we were looking at, does not include any bond-related construction costs. So this district spent nearly $7 million in construction costs related to a bond, and it was not on the budget document. So we're noting here that those budget documents, there's a particular category of expenditures that are not included on that document. And limited scope audit, we couldn't dig into it any further. And so the question here is there some possibility that could be a statutory issue? Or potentially, is that just more of a transparency issue where the budget documents are not truly reflecting what the districts spend because the department has made a policy decision to not put those expenditures on those documents. So that's what we're highlighting.
So, and this might be a question for the revisers. I thought the budget document was the definition of expenditures. And if it's not in the budget, how can that expense be incurred or paid? Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Okay, Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things, and I was going to see if I'm remembering a previous audit we did that indicated that the Department of Education needed to do some maybe clarification on what's approved for at-risk. Am I remembering the basic part of that audit correctly?
Yes, the previous at-risk audit did have some discussion about some of the guidance that the department provided to school districts, that guidance didn't always align with state law.
Is there any sense, and I kind of get a little bit of it from the response from I think from the school district, but the part about spending money on interpreters is not explicitly allowed, but if it's part of what helps an English language learner like succeed in school, that it would follow that it would make sense. Is part of the issue with the 9 of 13 at-risk expenditures, is there any indication that that's tied to a lack of clear guidance from Department of Education?
We didn't ask that question of the district. What we saw was at the district was actually kind of what we've seen at lots of districts, which is just kind of a lack of fully grasping that you can only spend on programs that are approved by the Department of Education and only specific categories of expenditures. So for the program, for the educational staff, for the training, for contracted services related to those programs. And so I think there's just a little bit of, they're still learning, still kind of wrapping their brains around that. I would note that the issue that the Department of Education mentioned about interpreters, that particular scenario that the Department of Education discusses is not the situation we saw in Lewisburg. So it's still an issue with interpreters, but it's a very different kind of situation. But I think it does highlight some of the nuances of understanding what is okay to be spent from at-risk and what is not.
Thank you.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See, there are 30% of the items weren't coded at all. Is that 30% of the funds or 30% of the items?
30% of the expenditures were not coded at the object level. So they had function codes mostly, but not object codes.
So roughly $9 million or so were
Yeah, it was right around 30%.
How would you be able to tell if those were appropriated properly or not?
We can, in terms of whether or not those would be allowable expenditures under state law.
Right. If they weren't coded at all.
The only thing that's missing from the accounting records is just a 3-digit code, which is an object code. That code allows us to do things like aggregate the codes at certain levels to provide kind of high-level information about how much districts spent. At the object level, we weren't able to do that. But in terms of understanding whether or not the expenditure was allowable, that's a completely different process. And so the expenditure is still in there. It's still accounted for. It still has a description. And we're still able to look at it and go to the district and say, tell us more about it.
Thank you. Senator Thompson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How ambiguous are these at-risk funding allowables? Is that list something that's changed every year, or is it pretty much set? And how ambiguous is it? How hard is it to follow?
I would say generally not that ambiguous. There is a list. It is out there every year. My understanding is the Department of Education is currently revamping that list, and it will have a new list ready for 2025. The programs are clearly listed on it. I think sometimes where districts start to have a little trouble is in the statutory description of the specific categories. So it's not just anything, it's contracted services related to those approved programs. The program itself, the educational staff related to the program, and then training related to the program. And sometimes it's those categories that can cause, I think, some misunderstanding in terms of, well, what fits in each of those categories. But in terms of the list, KSD makes that list available every year, and it's on the front page of their webpage, and it is easy to find.
So in other words, the KSDE is, if somebody has a question, they can reach out to KSDE, clarify what they're spending. It shouldn't be that big of a problem, I wouldn't think.
They can reach out to the department. I will say, as we mentioned just a moment ago, Department of Education has not always provided guidance to the school districts that is in alignment with state law. So the Department of Education puts out a guidance document every year that provides some of the details, the nuances of what they can spend. And in the past, we have found that that document does not always align with state law. And so when districts, if they were to reach out and get that document, they might still end up spending in unallowable ways, even if they followed the department's guidance.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to provide brief clarity on the at-risk. When we come back to this session on Friday, maybe Monday or Tuesday, you will have a CCR 387 that deals with at-risk. Again, it is something that has come up more than one time in the last 5 years, and trying to make adjustments and making sure that our at-risk kids that have a huge gap in between the paid lunch and the free and reduced lunch. There is a gap, and it's not going down. And so there are some changes in that bill that do address some of the issues that we discussed today. I won't go into any detail here, and the department has been working with us on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Senator Reddy, and welcome to the committee. I know she's replacing Senator Corson today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I appreciate the post-audit on this. So I am substituting for Senator Corson, so I'm not privy to why this particular school district was selected, but since that is the one we are working on today, or the post-audit was about, to be clear, the $63,000 is out of a $31 million budget. And so when you say in the graph on page 3 for the support services, is that at-risk services? Because the pie graph doesn't show like which one is the at-risk fund. So when you say.
On page 3?
Yes.
So that pie graph is basically aggregated information at the function level. So this is not a fund level figure. The fund, at-risk is a fund, but it is not a function. So this is just the function level. So the 63,000, is it 63 or 61? So I think it was 63,000 in total. So 63,000 out of the 1.2 million we reviewed had a compliance issue.
The 1.2 million you reviewed. Okay, so I don't know what the actual at-risk budget is then, in relevance to the 61,000 we are talking about.
So the total amount that the district spent on at-risk in that year.
Right.
I think we can provide you that information, but we do not have it currently here.
So I just wanted to, I think when we talk about this, even the 1,700 for the capital outlay, the budget is so huge. When you look at $1 million of it, it could be, I don't know if we can extrapolate that to the other 31 million, or if that's just a point in time for this specific item that we are looking at. So I think it kind of shows a small snapshot, but I'm not sure these types of errors, like you said, could have been used for other types of codes. They could have met those, I suppose, the sound system and light and all of this, using other codes. So it wasn't like they were way out of line. They probably misjudged which codes to use. I'm just making an assumption there, I'm not sure. But because...
So Senator, the school is here, we can ask those questions of them.
So my thinking is, when we look at this specific school, I wonder how it relates to all the other school districts when they look at their at-risk funds. I can see why an interpreter, that might be a fine line between whether it's used for an at-risk, because sometimes it might be and sometimes it might not be. But I appreciate the information, but I just wanted to make sure that the understanding is, in the big scheme of things, the amount that they used for the at-risk of the $61,000 needs to be delineated in a more comprehensive manner, I think, instead of just calling it all out as though they were misspending most of their funds or anything of that sort.
So first of all, you cannot extrapolate from that 63,000. This was not a randomly chosen sample. It was a judgmental sample, and so it is not something we can extrapolate. All we can say is we looked at this $1.2 million, $61,000 of it was problematic, and that is all we can say about that. In terms of the at-risk funds or the kind of the at-risk spending, we do note that at-risk and capital outlay, and those are the funds that we saw problems in, are much more restrictive funds. If this district had spent some of those problematic expenditures from other funds, they potentially would have been allowable. And so we only reviewed them against the law specific to that fund, so the fund from which they were spent. And so potentially, we did see places where we thought, gosh, if they had spent that from professional development instead of at risk, it probably would have been okay. So we do see that.
Appreciate the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, any other questions? Thank you, Heidi. We do have the school district here. Oh, well, welcome. I don't know what title to use with you, Commissioner. I really wish you were on the KCC still.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. But,
well, it's true.
Good to see everyone. And Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to be here and to visit with you a little bit about the audit in our school district. If there's mistakes that have been made, we own them. They certainly weren't intentional. And the at-risk funding is of much importance to us. And so the staff, the LPA, has been very professional. We look at this as a learning experience. We can, even though it's not required by state law to do some of the coding, we're going to pick that up and see what we can do for best practices, even though it's not required by state law. And so we're about trying to do things better. And if there's any questions that I can answer, be happy to try.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple of questions for the Department of Education.
All right, great.
Thank you. Welcome.
Madam Chair, Frank Harwood, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Education.
Thank you. We do have a question, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello. All right. A couple questions for you, actually three. What percentage of expenditures do you think for school districts are coded? Here it was about 30%. was not coded? And do you recommend that more coding be done? As it was mentioned, it's not required, but.
So I would say that I don't have enough tenure in my position to tell you how widespread that is. I would say that our recommendation would be that you do code to the object level, mostly because what that lets you do is keep better track of how you're spending money. Just a little bit. So the function is one thing, and the fund that it comes out of is where the rules come from, but then the function and the object are what help you determine when you're looking back at how things have made a difference, are what helps you make better decisions going forward. So as a superintendent, I always told people, you get to folks that say, well, I have money in this account that has this object and this function, and so I'm going to spend the money out of there. Said, no, you need to move the money to the code of what you're spending the money on so that we can keep track of, is that something we need to spend more money on next year, or how did those budget things work out? So we would say yes, as guidance, we think it's best practice so that you can budget better in the future.
And I would agree, because when your boards are doing needs assessments, how are they going to know what expenditures are providing gains, what expenditures are not? And I have a second question.
And I would say on that, typically, when you're talking to a board, you're not talking about the object and function codes. You're talking about the programs you're using. So I don't know that it would get in the way of those discussions, but for best practice, we think they should be done.
And then my second question is really about the expenditures. I know when I go online and I look at expenditures for any given district, I thought that I was looking at, because there's a bond and interest area, for example, the budgets for every school district that we pull up. So when we look at the overall total expenditures, those bond and interests are not in those total expenditures?
So the bond and interest payments are, so that as part of the budget document, the tax that the board has to levy to pay bond and interest are in there. The bond expenditures for a bond are on a different form. It's called 18E. And then the authority to spend those actually came from a public election that allowed that gave the district the authority to levy those bonds, to spend the money on specifically what was in the language of the bond, and then to levy a tax to pay that off, which is in the bond. So I would say from a transparency issue, bonds actually have more transparency than most, because the public had to vote to give the district the authority to sell the bonds, and part of that bond language on the ballot was what we are going to spend the money on.
Sure. I would just say that for the average voter, when they make that initial vote and then 10 years down the road, that all they're seeing is a payment. So it may not be as transparent as you think. And finally, the last question is, since the audit's related to at-risk funding and the confusion that apparently exists even in real time with Lewisburg on how expenditures can be used, some of those reasons for confusion would fall on the legislature, and some of it would fall on Kansas Department of Education, and of course the individual districts. What are the things, besides the changes that we have provided in our most recent bill, what are the things you're doing with KSE to change the process and change the way that guidelines and help is given to our districts? Because clearly, I don't think this is a one-off. I think that this is probably more consistent. And the fact that we only were able to review such a small portion because so much of the money didn't have object codes, and we don't know. So my question again is, what have you done at the department, or not you personally, but the department, to make better changes for the process for at-risk?
So as was mentioned, we are in the process of updating the approved list, which is part of it. We're also updating the guidance. We are waiting until House Sub for Senate Bill 387. We know what happens with that, because that will change that guidance. So we'll be discussing that. We are putting together information for our budget workshops, as we do with districts in June. I will say that I don't know that we will clear up all of the confusion that may have come up in this audit, specifically around our response around an interpreter. And so I don't know all of the background of what that was for, but for instance, an allowed expense would be an after-school program. If a student needed an interpreter to be able to benefit from an after-school program, I would think that expenditure for that interpreter would be an allowable at-risk expense because it was part of the cost of having that at-risk student participate in a program. Now, I was informed later that it was not an ELL situation. The other reason that ELL is actually on the list for something that defines you as potentially being at risk. So that's one of those issues. So I do think we're going to have to work with guidance, and we're going to have to work with the legislature as well, is when you get to this level of detail, are the expenses that support the approved processes, are those allowable or not? Because in some situations, that's where we get into this level of detail with, again, I would say if a district said, can I pay for an interpreter for our after-school program that we're doing for at-risk? I would have said, yes, we believe that would be a cost associated with an approved program. So I think we are going to have to clear some things up with that if that kind of situation is not considered an allowable expense.
So I appreciate your comments, but I would dispute leaving over $6 million out of the budget on the bonding. That the average person that comes in, they're not going to realize that that is an expense for the school districts. And I will ask the superintendent about that in a minute. But, you know, just for the committee and everyone, if we had, Ohio does online, all of their checkbook is online for these school districts. So you would know exactly where the money is being spent. You could see every dime of it. Because I do know there was a school district in my Senate district that the superintendent was abusing. He was allowed to leave quietly in the dark of night, but he was using the credit card for personal expenses and buying items for his home. So yes, this is not a one-off by any means. Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's kind of a follow-up to Representative Williams' question, but and maybe more of a statement going forward. It's clear to me, we've had 2 audits now, that the guidance coming from KSDE on at-risk is not clear to school districts, or it's not being understood by school districts. So I appreciate what the department is doing to try to remedy that, but I think we need to be thinking about how to make sure that statute and directives from KSDE are aligned and then clearly relayed to school districts, because we have a growing body of evidence that this is a problem. And if there's anything we can do legislatively, I think we need to have, like, sit in the room on that conversation. But it isn't a one-off issue now. I don't think there's any, I'm not a believer that there's maliciousness in any of this. I think it's a lack of clarity, and we can fix that, I think, with some effort.
Thank you. So I would like to ask the superintendent a question. And it may be a simple question for you, but why did the bonding expenses not show up in the budget? And were there other items left out of the budget?
No, when it comes to that 6.7 million, so like I said, initially it was a 24 million, so that was the last expenses of the 24 million during the 22-23 school year. And so when any school district does a bond issue, obviously, as Dr. Harwood said, the community has provided their acceptance of that. And so we draw those down, and we get billed by only 2 entities. Your architect will send you a monthly drawdown, and they're paying all the professional fees. They're paying the civil engineers, your mechanical engineers themselves. Your construction company is sending you a monthly drawdown, and they're paying all the subs, your electrical, all your contractors, your roofer. Those are submitted monthly. Our boards see those. So before we pay our construction company on a drawdown $800,000, that is detailed, what that $800,000 that we're sending to Napolz, J.E. Dunn, McCown, Gordon. And the board sees those, and then we send that $800,000 to that construction company. Same on the professional side to our architects as well. Those are reported, like Dr. Harwood said, in a different form, but we're told by our local auditors and by the State Department, and that's the guidance that we don't put those into the actual budget document.
Committee, any other questions for the superintendent? Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, any questions on this, further questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you. Next, we have Katrina.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am here to present the update on the KBI Automated Biometric Information System, or ABIS for short. First, just a quick refresher on this type of work. Aside from the IT security audits that we conduct, state law also authorizes our office to monitor ongoing IT projects. Our objective in this work is to identify early when a project is at risk of failure due to scope, schedule, or cost issues. We have monitored the KBI project since January 2020. This project will replace the state's current fingerprinting system, which is obsolete. So in addition to the main contractor for this new system called IDEMIA, KBI also has chosen to hire an independent verification and validation contractor, or IVNV for short. So this memo that you have in front of you, and there's actually two of them, so you want to put the ABIS memo in front of you. So this memo contains information throughout March of 31st of March of this year. And so just kind of running through the highlights here. The project has been satisfactory in scope and cost pretty much since inception. Details on that is shown on page 1 there. And although this project has been significantly delayed from its original schedule, something that I will cover here in a little bit, the overall project cost really has not significantly increased. And that's because KBI has entered into a fixed price contract, paying for a series of deliverables when they are completed and accepted. And the project did have a cost increase due to some unexpected hardware costs, as well as some extended monitoring that came because of the delays of the project. However, KBI officials are confident that the project will remain well within the legislative appropriation of $6.8 million. So as I touched on, the project does continue to have schedule issues as well as some quality risks. So in the fourth quarter of 2023, the project again struggled to stay on schedule. Several quality criteria, including intergroup coordination and technical documentation, were also repeat risks identified by the IVNV contractor. So if you jump to the update section, you will learn that KBI and IDEMIA have postponed the go-live date to mid-March and then again to May 1st of 2024. So those additional delays were necessary to allow for continued data validation, load testing, security requirements, and troubleshooting to get the system ready for production. At this time, I'm happy to say that it does look like May 1st is the go-live date, and it will hold. At least that's the word of this week. So things are looking pretty good there. However, a few features and issues will be delayed until after going live to be dealt with during the so-called burn-in period. And that's what I have for you today. I am happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Katrina. Committee, any questions? Seeing none, I just want to comment that whomever had the foresight to do a fixed bid instead of time and material, they've saved the project, basically, because we would be looking at exorbitant cost if that wasn't the case. Thank you, Katrina. I guess we'll move on. KDHE.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So again, this is another memo that you have in front of you. We did start monitoring the KDHE Early Childhood Data Integration and System Enhancement Project this past January in anticipation of the KBI project winding down. So we selected this particular project because it was one of the more inherently higher risk projects that we saw on the KETO list of about 30 projects. And that is due to the fact that it does actually involve two agencies. So you have KDHE, child care licensing, as well as the Department of Children and Families, foster care licensing. So those two kind of are combined, as well as the associated inspections, background checks for staff, renewals, and so forth for both of those programs. So again, our goal in these monitoring efforts is to make sure that we identify any project that is at increased risk of failure due to scope, schedule, or cost. We also do evaluate whether security is adequately planned for. So the memo you have in front of you on this particular project provides a little bit of background since this is new. Essentially, the current Child Care Licensing and Regulation Information System, or CLARIS for short, is severely outdated, and it also has significant limitations in terms of reporting out and so forth. So in fall of 2022, KDHE started considering either upgrading or replacing CLARIS. And given the time and resources that it would take to upgrade, KDHE decided to replace the system wholeheartedly. So in summer and fall of 2023, KDHE did go through a lot of the high-level planning for this particular project, including several demonstrations from possible vendors. This included a vendor called GL Solutions. In August of 2023, KDHE received the first of 2 project approvals from the Chief Executive Technology Officer, allowing KDHE to do further planning. And in January of this year, KDHE actually signed a $4.3 million contract with Carahsoft Technology Corporation. So this gets a little bit tricky, so follow me here. Carahsoft can be viewed as a parent company for a lot of different cloud-type solutions vendors. Kansas has a participating addendum with a multi-state Carahsoft contract that actually originated in Utah. GL Solutions, the other player here, was a vendor that ended up as the finalist for the project. And because GL Solutions is one of the companies that is part of the Carahsoft contract, it essentially allowed KDHE to avoid the additional competitive bid process because they had already settled on GL Solutions. So on January 19th of this year, KDHE did sign a purchase order with Carahsoft for the software to be created through GL Solutions. So there's all your players. Now on to the monitoring results for the first quarter of this year. As of April 1, the project scope is agreed on by both parties and it appears to be appropriate. So the scope does involve the 2 agencies and everything that is needed for the new system. It also includes some requirements for GL Solutions to build a number of interfaces. And when I say interfaces, I mean connections to other systems that are necessary for this project to work. I mean, so for example, you have a connection, or you will have a connection to KBI for background checks for the various staff to get background checked before they start working, and as well as a connection to the state's portal for online payments. And there's about 8 other interfaces. So again, we picked this project because we knew it was going to be pretty complicated in its tentacles that it might have. Moving to cost, as I mentioned, there's a $4.3 million contract for this one, and as of April 1, we did not see anything at issue here, so we did call this satisfactory. I will note that the project does have an estimated $300,000 cost in some initial planning that took place, as well as the monitoring costs, and those are assessed quarterly through the Kansas Information Technology Office. So again, the $4.3 million fixed price contract will be paid with federal dollars. So that's another bit of information for you there. And lastly, it's important to note that the additional costs that are incurred by the agency staff throughout the execution of the project will not be estimated or tracked. And that's pretty much typical for a lot of the projects that are contracted out. Moving to schedule, as of April 1st, the project is satisfactory in schedule. The current estimated completion date is October 2025, which is 11 months earlier than the state's initial estimate. KDHE officials approved the vendor's revised project plan, despite some lingering concerns, again, with this pretty aggressive schedule. Lastly, we did note that the contractor started working on some use cases and actually doing some of the execution parts of it, even though at that point the state had not gotten the necessary second-level CEDO approval to move into that execution phase. I am happy to report that that project did have since received that second level of approval, so we are now in good shape to continue in the execution phase of this project. So as of April 1st, the project also is satisfactory in planning for security. We reviewed all the artifacts related to this project at this point, and there's a number of sections in the various places, including the major agreement that includes a comprehensive section on security and the contractor's commitment to meet various security requirements. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Katrina. Committee, any questions? Senator Thompson.
Katrina, do we know, and so it's a fixed cost 4.3 million. Do we know if, yet, if there will be ongoing fees once this is, software is implemented, or is that not within the scope of the audit?
Just to clarify, are you talking about after the project is completed?
Yes.
So I know the project actually includes the last deliverable, which is a 1-year, basically, service, like a free service. And this is a software as a service product. So after that 1-year free, because it is part of the 4.3 million, there will be ongoing costs, and the department can speak to that more.
Well, this, and maybe I'll ask them about that, So they deliver the software. Where does that software reside? It just in the cloud, or, okay. All righty. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You did touch on Claris a little bit in the background. I think maybe we need to look into that. I won't touch on it now, but at some point, there probably needs to be more information on that. Committee, any other questions? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you, Katrina. Committee, we're pretty much on schedule. We'll go ahead and start the executive session. Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion that we go into executive session for 20 minutes for a security audit to include, do you want me to? What's that? Okay. Do you want me to mention who to include, or do you want the chair to do that?
The executive session attendee list for the Board of Indigence Defense IT Security Audit: Jeff Maxon, Heather Cessna, Executive Director, Kim Mason, Assistant Director, Michael Troxel, Lead Technology Consultant, Brandon Barrett, General Counsel, and from LPA staff, myself, Katrin Osterhaus, Alex Gard, and Kenzie Wilson, the project participants.
Okay. That's my motion.
Do we?
You want a time certain of 12:08?
Entire whole motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. I move to recess this open meeting for a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 754319A to discuss matters relating to the security measures that protect the information systems of the Kansas State Board of Indigent Defense under the justification listed in KSA 754319B12C, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, to resume the open meeting in room 546 South at 12:09, and to record this motion if adopted in the minutes as part of the committee's permanent records.
You've heard the motion. It's been made by Representative Francis, seconded by Senator Peterson. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam.
I'm sorry, the IT people. So we are officially back online. Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to recess this open meeting for a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 7543-19A to discuss matters relating to the security measures that protect the information systems of the Kansas State Board of Indigence Defense under the justification listed in KSA 7543-19B12C, because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize such security measures, to resume the open meeting in room 546 South at 12:16, and to record this motion if adopted in the minutes as a part of the committee's permanent records.
You've heard the motion. It's been moved by Representative Francis, seconded by Senator Peterson. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Great. Committee, thank you. We're back online. We are going to recess until 12:30. We will continue at 12:30. So thank you. Welcome back. We're ready to get started again. Thank you again for lunch, Representative Francis.
Thanks to Kansas contractors.
Thank you. And Kristen.
Sure. So thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I am going to take you through two things today. So the first of them is the easier of the two, but more complicated than it usually is, and that is the consent calendar. So there are 4 items on today's consent calendar. 2 of them are items that you typically see. So the first one is approving the minutes from the most recent 2 meetings, which is February 21st and February 28th. This is, tab A in your committee notebooks, and then the minutes for those meetings are attachments A and B. The second item on the consent calendar is acceptance of the performance audits that were, or the audits that were presented today. So that would include the motor vehicle sales tax audit, the Lewisburg School District limited scope audit, and then the IT security audit that you just heard. So those are kind of the 2 regular items. The 2 other items that are on today's consent calendar are less frequent, make less frequent appearances. So the first of those is approval of a limited scope audit that's been preliminarily approved by Chair Tyson. So that would evaluate the state's water systems and wastewater operator certification program. You can find that as attachment C in that packet. So again, because it's a limited scope, it would just be a single question, which would have us look at the results of that certification exam in 2023, and is a 100-hour audit. And then the 4th item is recension of 2 audits that you previously approved. Those are included as attachments D and E. So I'll explain a little bit here. One of those 2 audits is was requested by Representative Probst that would have us evaluate hospitals' compliance with the Kansas Lake Caregiver Act. So this is a full audit, and it's one that you all approved in December. So we knew at the time that you approved it that it was going to be pretty tight time frame, and it turns out we did not get to it before the start of this meeting. So by committee rule, this audit goes on the consent calendar to be rescinded and then added on to the list of topics that you would consider today. So you have the ability to reselect it if you so desire. The second audit that is up to be rescinded and added to that list is the limited scope that is shown in attachment E that would have us evaluate the Department of Commerce's Economic Development Transparency Database. So this was requested actually by several members of the committee, Senator Thompson, Representative Tarwater, Senator Tyson, and Representative Williams. This is one that we didn't start basically because the transparency database has undergone a number of changes since the audit was originally requested. So the consent calendar will work like it always does. There's no action actually needed. Just a reminder that if anyone wants to abstain from voting on the minutes, they're able to do that. And then, of course, anyone's able to object to a particular item on the consent calendar if they so choose.
Thank you, Kristen. Committee, is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection for the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll rule it approved.
Okay.
So next on the agenda, Kristen?
Yes, so this will be the much more time-consuming item. And there is, again, a lot going on with it today. So I'll do my best to kind of walk you through step by step. But if I'm losing any of you, if you have questions, please, I'll defer to you, Chair Tyson, but happy to clarify and address confusion as I can as we're going along. So within the proposal packet, so that's in tab B of the notebook, there are 3 attachments. So you'll see attachments A, B, and C. A is an economic development proposal. that you all approved in 2022. And then attachment B is the performance audit proposals that you have to select from today. And appendix C is kind of a visual depiction of our current schedule. So I'm actually going to start with attachment C first, just so that you have some context for kind of what you all are helping to decide today. So if you look at attachment C, you will see kind of on the left-hand side, the boxes that are shaded a little bit darker colors. Those are the projects that we're currently doing. So for example, we're currently evaluating the Star Bonds program, the Housing Resources Corporation, TANF, and a TIF district audit. And then if you look off to the right and kind of the top of the page, you'll see some boxes that are dashed in a lighter color. So those are kind of attached to a past statutory requirement, and I'll get into this a little bit more in just a minute. It's one of the things that we're going to have you decide today. So we may be doing those projects that are in the dash boxes, or we may not be doing them. But the important part is you all would be filling in basically the schedule from kind of the darkly shaded boxes that are on here all the way through next spring. So it should fill our schedule basically through April 2025. So to do that, I have estimated that you would likely be able to select 9 to 12 audits. We'll have to talk about some of the conversation that we've had today and how that might influence that number as well. And then also ask you all to identify, after you've selected topics, 1 or 2 that you think are most important, just so we have an idea of in terms of urgency, so that we kind of can put them on our schedule higher up, so that we can, like, especially if you all have an interest of wanting one before the 2025 session, for example, that would be information that would be helpful to us. So now I'm going to take you to attachment A. And this is starting with kind of the economic development proposal, because I think it will influence, again, the number of audits that you all are able to select. So attachment A is the 2022, it's a copy of the 2022 audit proposal that you approved. That's related to a statutory requirement that's been in place since 2019 for our office to regularly review all incentive programs on a 3-year cycle. So legislation was passed this year by the legislature and has been signed by Governor Kelly that eliminates that statutory requirement. However, since you have already approved an audit proposal, we're basically looking for direction from you all and whether or not you want us to continue on that plan and complete those proposals, which would not require any action from the committee today, or if you want us to stop with the one that we're currently doing, which is Star Bonds, and then not do the remaining incentives that are on that list. And that basically makes up the difference between whether or not you get to choose 9 or you get to choose 12. We're estimating that if we continue on that path, it basically takes up about 3 performance audit slots. So if you look at the audit proposal, on the back side of that page of attachment A, created kind of a table there at the bottom. So you'll see the 11 incentives that you all approved in that 2022 proposal. And in terms of what was approved there, we have completed 3 of those two of those incentive reviews, which are the Angel Investor Tax Credit and Rural Opportunity Zones. And we are currently in the process of doing the Star Bonds audit, which should be done later this summer. The remaining incentives that you see there are ones that we have not started. So those would be the ones that, if you all are inclined, we would need a motion, basically, to have us stop with what we're currently doing and not do those remaining incentives.
So thank you, Kristen. Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I look at the intent of the legislation that enacted this, it talked about that they were economic development incentive programs. When I look at this list of the ones that we haven't done yet, the tie to economic development on some of those seems extremely tenuous to me. I mean, maybe I can understand that on the aviation and aerospace tax credit, the Targeted Employment Act tax credit. But then some of the rest of them seem like, to me, and I may not understand exactly what they're doing, but they seem more like, to me, to encourage behavior. When we talk about the Technical Community College tax credit, we're trying to encourage people to make investments in their local community colleges. So I guess my point would be, depending on the will of the committee, I could definitely see not doing, a majority of these, but I guess maybe for purposes, should we have more conversation, or should I make a motion that people can beat up? Okay.
Thank you, Representative Francis. And you'll hear me say this, as being an engineer, that's what we do with our tax structure. We engineer behavior, and that's what we're looking at to see what the results are. I do have a quick question for Kristen.
Mm-hmm.
So there's two lists. There's one on the previous page, too, that were recommended by post-audit. And then the list on the last page, so they include all newly created incentive programs, but that is not on the next page. So I was wondering where we stand on that for clarification, but as we discuss.
I appreciate you asking. I should have mentioned as much. So we are under the version of statute that currently exists but will not exist starting July 1. We are required to evaluate all newly created incentives the year after they are created. The legislation that you all passed and that would take effect in July would still require us to evaluate newly created incentives, but it would be 4 years after they're created. So we're going to work through this in the interim, but we think that the implementation would look something like, starting next session, the legislature would have the ability to look back to incentives that were created in 2021. And then it's the Commerce Committees who would recommend to LPA, to the LPAC committee, to review if they want those incentives.
Okay, and I have another question too then, because it's also mentioned that almost all of these, if not all of them, are sunset programs. And I know some of the sunsets are 3 years, they won't even be in place for 4 years. So there are 3 to 5 year sunsets on some of these. There may be one 10-year too, if I remember correctly. But I think the committee may need to be aware of that too. So, Senator Thompson.
Yeah, quick question. With regard to the EDIF, the entire EDIF list, as I recall, the last post-audit you did on EDIF funds showed that only 18% of them were being spent on what they were originally intended to be spent on. And that's something that came up because we audited the budget for the Kansas Lottery, which transfers $42 million of these EDIF funds. Are all of these, I'd like to see the full audit, to be honest, just because if that's still the case, why are we transferring that money from the lottery over to this EDIF fund to be misspent or spent on whatever pet projects rather than what it's intended to be?
Okay, so question for Kristen, yes, is that part of the audit?
We would be more than happy to provide a copy of that report. The EDIF is not one of them that's on the list.
Okay.
That's kind of on this 2022 proposal that you've already approved.
Okay.
It was not one of the programs that was on
If you
there.
would like a follow-up for that, Senator, maybe we could look at less than 100-hour audit or something.
I didn't know if these were part of that EDIF list or not. Okay, it's not.
Yeah, just separate. So that is like a wholly separate program from each of these, which are mostly tax credits, but the 3 that we've completed are they're really programs, economic development programs.
Yeah.
They're totally separate.
Yep, got it.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when we are looking at, in just a few minutes, about the audits that we want to do collectively as a committee, and we, of course, will come full circle back to these items on here, I just know, and I don't know if staff can help us when we're looking at these specific ones and making determinations, that if we looked at the transparency database, because the transparency database is supposed to be able to provide the total amount distributed by the program, or to the entity that receives it, or to the county. I don't know if I've been able to locate that by the program. So if I could just click on any one of these programs, because my first question is, how much are we giving for the alternative fuel tax credit? Don't know. Is that on there? And if we could find out in real time, that database should be super simple. If it's not, then of course, comes back to the problem.
Well, I think Representative, you point out make an excellent point. The fact is, if that database was up and running as it was intended in statute, we wouldn't need a majority of these audits. And that is exactly what's going on here. So, Chris.
I believe the Commerce Transparency Database is only for programs administered by the Department of Commerce. And some of these tax credits are not Department of Commerce. They're just a tax credit. So you'd have to go to Department of Revenue.
Representative Williams.
Okay, so I think we need to double check that, because I know the intent was IRBs would be included, and I know that was never included or was not in part of even though Commerce wasn't, it's through the Department of Revenue, we still wanted it in there. We wanted every program that wasn't a domestic credit, wasn't a personal credit, to be included. That was over 50,000. So I think we probably would have to review that. But bottom line, if we can't, if, for example, if we're sitting here during this process and staff looks up one of these programs, it should literally take a matter of seconds to tell us how much is being spent on each of these programs. And if staff cannot do that, then that means that, again, back to that other audit, that we probably need to do that, plus legislation.
Thank you. Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this, I think there's been a couple of good points raised here. I think sometimes in the auditing process, I feel we get too granular, and that we should be using the auditors to look at systems overall. And I think to the point of freeing up the effort of the legislation was to free up the availability to do more audits so that we can craft better audits instead of the statutory ones, which tend to look just at a very specific thing. So I guess that's my thinking is if we, in my view, would be that probably let these go and then look more at a system level of what we need to be looking at. So to your point, if we're looking at, not just looking at an individual tax credit, but looking overall at the effectiveness and letting the auditors craft an audit that looks at the whole ecosystem would be better for us than saying, look at each audit individually of each tax credit. I think that's what we were trying to accomplish when we freed some of this up in legislation.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I don't know when some of these are due to sunset. It says 23 to 25 cycle because they include a sunset provision. Some of them are so broad, such as community service tax credit. I don't know exactly what community service references, or all of them under that umbrella. But for the more specific ones, I would think, I don't know how long that would take, but I would think those are probably easier if that's something the committee is interested in. But the one that says the community service one, I feel is, maybe there is just a community service tax credit, I don't know, but it just seems very vague in that realm.
Kristen, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So maybe some clarification, and I will double check this and let you all know if I'm wrong here, but if it's helpful to you all, I believe that the credits that have a sunset that are not ones we've already completed are everything on that list except for the alternative fuel tax credit, the community service tax credit, and credit for taxes paid to another state. And that is because all of those are older incentive programs. I think all of the rest of them have been created in the last handful of years, few years. So when they were created, they also included a sunset date for your all's edification.
So if I may, the credit paid to other states, I don't know what that would mean or what that is.
I have to go dig into the details, but it's less like the other incentives in that it's like something that's incenting a particular behavior or economic development, and is more like to make things equal between different states.
Okay, committee, I guess I have one other question to you, Kristen, is because we don't have to accept this all or nothing. We could pick a few of the items that are on the list, and that would help free up some time. But I think there are a couple of items on this list that are important as we move forward. So I guess there's two ways we can do this, committee. What we can do is pare down the list as we want and then make that one of the items that we're voting on with the big package. Or we can just vote on this now and accept it as part of the product. So I'll ask for the committee's input, how you would like to move forward on this. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just have a question in terms of process. Would it also be possible that if there was an item on here that a member wanted to put forward as a motion, they could simply make a motion when we're doing the whole of the other items that we're selecting? And it could be one of the 9, is it 9 to 12?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's our two options here. So absolutely. So committee, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Kristen. How recently have these on the list on the second page, how recent are they? I mean, how many years? Because that was one of the reasons that we dropped the others off.
Yeah, so the Aviation and Aerospace Tax Credit, the Eisenhower Foundation Tax Credit, the Friends of Cedar Crest Tax Credit, the Targeted Employment Act Tax Credit, and the Technical Community College Tax Credit are all created in the last 3 to 4 years. They're all relatively new.
Have they been in existence and running long enough to have a reasonable reflection through an audit is kind of my question.
There would be, I presume, a little bit more data there for us to see. So I'm saying this based on, we've actually already reviewed Friends of Cedar Crest and the Eisenhower Foundation tax credits under the newly created tax incentive guidance. So in the first year, there really wasn't that much information. It's about 2 years down the road from that, so we presume that there would be at least a little bit more data for us to review on that. But it's going to be limited in the sense that it doesn't go back 20 years.
So Kristen, would you, on the list on the, not on the back page, the other page, would you go through the items that you've completed? Because I think there's several. Eisenhower, Friends, the Angel Investor, Rural Opportunity Zone. I think all of those have been completed, if I'm correct.
Yes, so looking at that list, which to clarify, they're the same lists. I just ordered them a little bit differently, which may be creating confusion, but.
I just wanted us to work off the same list.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just one item that's different, and that's the bottom.
Yeah, and the newly created ones. So the Eisenhower Foundation and Friends of Cedar Crest, we reviewed as newly created incentives. So they were brand new, and it was the year after they were created. The Angel Investor Tax Credit, Rural Opportunity Zones, and Sales Tax and Revenue Bonds, we have audited in the last couple of years to 3 years. I think the Star Bonds audit is the first one we did, and we completed that in 2021. The other ones we have not reviewed.
So there would be 6 left, and then if we left the newly created on.
And the newly created will still be just a reminder, will still be a part of the statute that lives on, but it would bump the time frame back, so it's 4 years after creation.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kristen, just to make sure I understand, these, so basically on that list, you've got 5 that have been done in the last several years, and then some that are on the list to be done. The other ones, though, will they fall, that haven't been done yet, they would fall under the new statute, though, within 4 years, so they would not? Or is that
They would be, in the sense, I think you're right, that if they were created in like, I might have to again look at the years, but let's say, for example purposes, that some of these were created in 2022, the new statute would have us review them in 2026. And all of this is under the guise of, and are recommended by the Commerce Committees, which is something we can't predict.
Truly.
I'll tell you, the ones that came through the tax committee were created in 2022, 2 of them. The ones that didn't come through the tax committee, I have no idea when they were created. I mean, I can look it up, but.
And I can look, when I sit back down, I will look at dates and I can give you all that information.
Yes, so they would be coming up. My fear of waiting for 4 years is you guys did such a great job on the housing tax credit, and I know that there was so much going on this year. It was a quick year, but that did not get the diligence and the look that it needed as a result of your legislative post-audit. And so that's my fear, is that you pointed out to us, and so if we have a new program waiting 4 years, that could be an exorbitant fiscal note if we're not cautious. And that may be the case with another program, too. The ones that don't have limits. I think most of these have guardrails, so. I know the ones that came through tax have guardrails, right? Yeah. Committee, any other, what I'd like to do, I think, is let's pick the ones we want out of this one, and then we'll move it over and vote on it as a package, a major package. Chris.
Real quick, I was just discussing it with Tamara, a quick point. You don't have to wait 4 years. I mean, you guys can always audit a program whenever you want.
I didn't think we had to, but that's what my point of potentially moving some of these up in the queue. But what I'd like to do is, on this list, is there anything that a committee member would like to see? Representative Williams.
Yes, I do have one, but I'm also curious, while we make these requests, is if you can find it on the website, and if you can find the total amount distributed for each one, would be a great exercise for all of us in real time. I would like the STAR bonds. I think that that continues to be a robust program. I do not recall when its sunset is. However, I do think we should be diligently reviewing that one. And I don't know if you could share with us a total.
Kristen, did you have a comment?
I do. So we are currently in the process of evaluating STAR bonds. So that one we actually don't need any committee action to do.
So we'll assume, unless somebody makes a motion to stop, that we are continuing the STAR bonds project. Okay, but we will, if you can find that information, Chris. So committee, are there any others that you? Representative Williams, then Representative Francis.
Okay, thank you. I was also curious about the alternative fuel tax credit. I didn't know what that amount was, what that total was. And I think that, you know, for us to be able to see if this is something we want to review, how much is distributed. So maybe look up that one as well.
Thank you. Representative Williams, or Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. I want to audit the ones that I think are going to have the biggest economic impact, that we can really see the economic development. So I think the one that Representative Williams mentioned, and again, I didn't follow all the dates on the 2024 ones that are going to happen anyway, but in my opinion, it's alternative fuel tax credit, aviation aerospace tax credit, and targeted employment act tax credit, unless there's some information I need to know why it's not good to do those at this time. So I have 3.
Any other? Representative Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are all of those already there for a while? I was just thinking if they're still very young, in 2 years, I don't know if we would have enough data on them. So I wasn't sure exactly when some of those were created that we're looking at. It seems like it would be good to have at least 2 to 3 years of data by the time everybody knows what's going on. So I just want to know when they were implemented, I guess.
These programs have been in place that you would have plenty of data. Kristen?
If this would be helpful, I can move my locations back to my computer, and if you give me a minute, I can pull up the information that we used for the EcoDevo subcommittee when they chose these, if that's helpful. If you're trying to make the selection now, and I can help answer some of these questions, I'm happy to do that.
We are trying to make the selection.
Okay, let me get.
Representative Tarwater.
Thanks. I just wanted, so the aviation tax credit, although it seems like it's been around for a long time because we did try to get it done, I think it's only been here for 2 years, which means it's only been in effect for one graduation term. I don't know that you'll have a lot of data on that, but I do get positive feedback from the aviation industry on that it is working. They're able to compete with Oklahoma now. And so
And that is one of the programs that has a 5-year sunset. So I'm not so worried about the sunset programs, I guess, because well, maybe we do need the audit, though. We need the audit before they continue the sunset, but they're not as urgent as the others, I would think. So, thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to let the committee know that with regard to the Commerce database, the statute does not limit that to programs administered by the Department of Commerce. It is supposed to apply to economic development incentive programs, which is defined, and it is a pretty broad definition.
So thank you. It would clarify some of the programs are administered by revenue also and other agencies. Okay, and departments. Okay. Fine.
I do see one of the ones, the alternative fuel tax credit, for example, is in the Commerce database. Yes. By recipient, apparently. I don't know if I can give you a quick total, but it's by, yeah.
So, yeah, thank you. And thank you, Tamara. So Tamara just told us that the statute, we should have put teeth in that statute for that database to be online. It's been 5 years since that legislation passed. So that is an issue. Committee, it seems like most of these are going to stick. Let me ask it this way. Is there anybody that wants to withdraw one of these? So the aviation. Okay. I think, will you make that in the form of a motion, and then we'll vote on it? Representative Tarwater. Oh, Kristen, go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
But just before you make a motion, if there's any, I'll provide additional information based on the questions I think I've heard so far. And if there are others that I can help fill in, let me know. But so starting with what the credit for taxes paid to another state is, it's a tax credit for taxpayers who earn income in and pay taxes to another state. It keeps them from paying state taxes twice on the same income. The credit is equal to the amount paid to the other state. So that was created.
That's been around a long, long time.
1967.
Yeah, and to me, that's not an economic incentive program. That doesn't.
So
it just keeps you from paying twice.
So we'll take that in the form of a motion to remove it.
Yeah.
Okay. Kristen, do you want to continue with those? Well, actually, let's dispose of them right now. Representative Tarwater, do you want to make the motion on?
I'll leave it up to Representative Francis. If he wants to include it, then we should include it. I just was kind of commenting that it's only been around really for one effective school year.
Well, I guess my point is, don't we want to see how good it's doing, or do you think it's too early to see how good it's doing?
I would say it's too early to have enough data see how it's doing because it's only been one graduated class or maybe possibly two.
I don't mind putting them off if we think it's not had time to mature. So I'm good with taking it.
I'll make a motion to remove that one.
Okay, is there a second on the motion? It's been moved by Representative Tarwater, seconded by Representative Sawyer. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Second, we're going to go ahead and dispose of the tax credit one that the state.
Okay.
Representative Sawyer.
I make the motion that we take off the credit for taxes paid in another state.
Okay, it's been moved by Representative Sawyer, seconded by Senator Ware. All the discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're at Kristen. Yeah.
So for clarification, the aviation and aerospace tax credit was created in 2022. So it's also one of them that, per Representative Probst's earlier point, is one that the Commerce Committees could consider recommending to the LPAC Committee in 2026. The same thing would be true for, so the technical community college tax credit and the targeted employment tax credits were also both created in 2022.
I think everybody, too soon? Okay. Discussion committee? Would you like to see those in or out?
Out.
Okay, somebody, Representative Francis.
Make the motion to remove the technical community college tax credit.
Is there a second on the motion? Okay, it's been moved by Representative Francis, seconded by Senator Peterson. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Kristen. That was actually.
Do you also want the targeted employment?
It was the targeted employment. It was the ones that were created in 2022, all three of them. Did you read that? So I don't think we have very much left, committee.
This is helpful. So the alternative, where did it go? The alternative fuel tax credit was created in 1995. And so we requested this information in fiscal year 2018 from the Department of Revenue to put together inventory. And at that time, they reported that we could not actually report the amount of credit claimed or the number of filers because it's fewer than 5, which they consider to be confidential. So it's very small.
So what do we have left on the list to clarify?
The Community Service Tax Credit Program was created in 1994. And in fiscal year 2018, KDOR reported that there were 670 filers for about 2.9 million. And then we have the Eisenhower Foundation and Friends of Cedar Crest, which I'm not sure where you all are at on that, but they're the ones that we reviewed the year after they were created. Those were both created in 2021. I don't have the amount in front of me at the moment.
That's fine. They've been recently reviewed. I don't think that's that big of issue for anyone. So we've only got left the alternative fuel, the community service tax credit, and, well, Eisenhower we just did recently. So, but it still is on the list. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Do you want to make a motion? Okay. Representative Probst.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to remove the Eisenhower Foundation tax credit and the Friends of Cedar Crest tax credit from the list.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Representative Probst, seconded by Senator Ware. Discussion on the motion. Yes, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are these administered by the Department of Commerce, both of these? No? Okay, so, and I guess the question regarding that was, if it were Commerce, they would be giving us annual updates, reports. Not that that's.
So would you like to see them remain in the audit? Okay, okay, okay. No, it's a good point, though. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, oh, Senator Ware.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question to follow up on Senator Reddy's question. What is community service tax credit? What kind, what's a, for instance, that is?
So that's not part of the motion. We'll come back to that question. Thank you. So all those, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. So we are back and we have 2 items left, and I think that's pretty pared down. So committee, your question on the community, could you give an example on the community tax credit?
I'm sorry, I actually missed your question. Can I have you repeat it?
Just a quick statement to have some kind of picture as to what community service would qualify for this tax credit, just an idea of what it's about.
Okay, so according to an old audit that we did, it can be to businesses who make contributions to, let's see, entities that provide service programs in the areas of education, social services, crime prevention, or healthcare. So like updating hospitals or like playgrounds, things like that.
Okay, and businesses, not individuals. Businesses, not individuals.
Businesses.
I think so. I think it needs to be reviewed just for the reason, because of all the questions. I do know that yes, I would like to see it reviewed. So, committee, okay, so we're down, Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I'm looking at their website. And it says under the program, certain nonprofits are authorized to offer tax credits to donors. Organizations in rural areas can get a 70% tax credit. Those in urban areas, a 50% credit. I think it needs to stay.
It needs to be reviewed. I can give you an example of a recent tax credit out in central Kansas that it's being used. Well, I'm not going to go into it. We'll just let the audit go, but I would like to see this one reviewed. Yeah. So, committee, we do have 2 left on that. So we can vote that now to go ahead and approve those, or we can make it part of the list. What's the committee's wishes? Chris, would you be able to look at those? Would they be able to be audited, those programs? Would it be productive at this point? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and the reason I brought that up is because Kristen mentioned that because there are fewer than 5, they did not feel that because of confidentiality. However, that would run afoul with the transparency database again. The only one that we gave an exemption in that regard was really if you had a contract, and that would have been Star Bonds. Now they're not allowed to go into a contract where they cannot disclose, for example, officers and so forth. So I don't know what kind of legal arrangement was made for that, but perhaps by maintaining it on the list, we can get more information about what legal arrangement was, and if you can do something that's more collective of the total without, I don't know.
Would you like to use the microphone? So thank you.
And that was one of the ones with the fewer than 5 filers. But we can report in aggregate, I believe.
So some of this we would, I think, work with the Department of Revenue to figure out if we looked at a big enough time horizon, maybe the numbers would be large enough that we could say something about them. We still have the ability to look, as staff have the ability to see the detailed stuff, even if it's fewer than 5. We have to work through some things to figure out what we can actually report out.
Okay, so committee, I'm going to move us on, but what I would like to do is get, and I know it's very quick, but we have pared that down considerably. Could you give us an estimate on that as to how many of the audits we could approve now that we have decreased this? Because we are looking at 9 to 12. I'm sorry. So Representative Williams has asked if we could do the last, since it's just two very small programs, could they come in under 100 hours? Kristen.
So clarification, I think that would be useful from the committee is that right now, all of this, so under the proposal that you all approved, it dictates what we are supposed to review. So that includes they're shown in this attachment as so you've got your objective 1, and then we're supposed to do a lit review, a comparison to other states, estimate fiscal and economic impact. So even though the program is small, if we're doing things like trying to estimate effects over time, that work is actually more complicated than it probably seems.
So it would be one of the major ones then? Okay.
My like off the cuff reaction is I think we could probably like both of those, alternative fuel tax credit and community service tax credit is probably equivalent to like one audit spot.
Okay, great. Okay, committee, so I think we're all in agreement. This would be one of the audits that we're voting on as we move forward. My question is, how many can we get out of the, 13 audits proposed? How many of those would we be able to vote on today?
So this is going to introduce yet another decision point because you all had conversation earlier in this meeting about potentially requesting a little bit lacking clarity, but if we're talking a couple of limited scope audits of particular counties for election security purposes, I think some of that would start to factor into how much of this we can do as well.
I think we can anticipate 3 limited scope audits at this point.
And just so I'm following, so the primary and the general, and what was the third one?
We had discussion on the motor vehicle. We would be looking at something on that, probably. So, but there's nothing in stone yet. I'm just listening to the committee when we broke for lunch and the conversations that went on. I'm anticipating 3 limited scope audits. I think you guys are good. I think you could do 12. Okay, committee, so I think what we'll do now is we'll turn to so this is going to be a recommendation as one of the large audits, what we just did on, and then we will turn to and go over the full audit list, and we will prioritize that, and I think we'll be in great shape. So, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to see on the ones where we just looked at the incentive programs, for estimated resources, has a team of 3 auditors plus an external consultants. So does that need to be revised at all, or does that stay included? It still needs external consultants and such.
Kristen?
Okay, so again, off the cuff answer here, but it sounds like because the proposal has already been approved, we would not actually need to rewrite it to fix that part of it. But your all's motions to remove items from that, I think, are sufficient for what we need.
Okay, any other questions, committee? Okay. Kristen will proceed with the next part of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move to attachment B, and that is the full kind of performance audit packet. Sorry, making sure I have all my pages correct here. So in attachment B, before I start kind of going through that, there's a few points that I just wanted to make for context and to help maybe head off questions that you all might have. So as we're going through this list, and Chris and I were just talking, we think you all can probably select 10 audits at this point. That any proposals that you all don't choose today that were requested by a legislator can be resubmitted by the requester for the next spring meeting. So we kind of have a standard process, if you will, for me to reach out to those requesters later this year, and if they want to resubmit, they certainly can. I'd also remind everyone that legislators can also bring new audit proposals throughout the rest of the year. So if that were to happen following this meeting, then you all would, of course, get the topic and then have the ability that at that point to decide if you want to prioritize it. We would likely be in a position where you would have to push off one of them that you approved today in order to make space for one of those that was being raised at that time. And then the other things that I would mention as I start walking through this, there's kind of two parts to the proposal packet. So you've got kind of your summary table. And then behind that, you have copies of the entire proposal and all of its detail. So a couple of things to note about, I'm going to kind of walk through this summary document to start with. There's some designations on there, like you'll see off on the left-hand side that there's an L. In this case, there's an L or an E. And that basically denotes whether or not it's a legislative request or a staff topic. So we are required to, each time you all go through this process, to float a couple of efficiency topics. So those are a few of the audits that are on the list today for you to consider as well. So I'll kind of just start walking through these, starting with obviously with number 1, but it's numbers 1 through 7 are first-time legislative requests. So 1L was requested by Representative Schreiber and would have us evaluate student individualized education program or IEP goals and parental notification. So school districts are required to provide services to students with special educational needs, and to serve them, they're required to create an IEP for each student. And legislators have expressed concern that student IEP goals are not regularly updated and that districts do not notify parents of their rights. So the two questions that we would be asking are off kind of the right-hand side. You can see the resources that would require listed there as well. So proposal 2L would have us review veterans claims assistance program matching requirements. This was requested by Senator Peck. Basically that program is called the VCAP program. It allows KCVA to award grants to qualified veteran service organizations to provide services to veterans, like completing online benefits, completing those claim forms, kind of figuring out what's available to them. So legislators would like to know what the matching requirements are for that program and whether and how service organizations are meeting them, and what KCVA does with any matching funds that it receives. So that would have a single question. 3L was requested by Senator Wilborn. That would have us evaluate the Kansas Department of Transportation's oversight of cost share program projects. So that program provides funding to local communities for transportation projects such as highways and bridges. And then KDOT and the local community where the project occurs have to enter into an agreement to complete the project. Legislators have expressed concern that KDOT may not ensure that the local partners meet their requirements in the cost share program or enforce things like clawback provisions when they should. So again, just a single question. And whether that spending aligns with state law and local ordinances. Proposal 5, so this is, if you're following along on the summary document at the top of page 2, was requested by Senator Ware and would have us compare Kansas's hemp requirements to requirements in other states. So in 2019, the Kansas Legislature amended state law to allow commercial hemp production, and it's the Department of Agriculture who currently oversees that program. And as part of that role, they've created a number of administrative regulations to kind of guide the program. And legislators have expressed concern that the number of requirements placed on commercial hemp production may dissuade farmers from growing hemp. Proposal 6 was also requested by Representative Tarwater and would have us review the Central Plains School District's adult virtual school funding. So school districts can receive funding for adult students that attend a virtual school, and they do that by reporting certain information to the Department of Education. And then KSDE audits those credits each year. And if they determine that a credit should not have been paid, the amount is backed out of the district's funding in the next year. So in 2023, KSDE audited the Central Plains Diploma Completion Program and determined that many of those credits that the district had claimed were not eligible for funding. And then the district subsequently appealed the audit findings. So legislators have expressed concern that the district may not have received all of the adult school, virtual school funding that it was entitled to for the 2022 school year. Request 7 is by a number of legislators, requested by a number of legislators. That includes Representative Potter Partial, Senator Tyson, Representative Barth, Representative Gardner, and Senator Baumgardner. So this would have us evaluate staff safety at Osawatomie State Hospital. There's been kind of long-standing, I think, issues with things like turnover that are kind of already reported. The legislators have expressed concern that the environment at Osawatomie State Hospital today does not ensure staff safety and may be contributing to things like continued turnover at the facility. Proposal 8. So 8 and 9, these are the ones that we just discussed based on the consent calendar. So you're kind of reconsidering them. So Proposal 8 was requested again by Representative Probst and would have us evaluate hospitals' compliance with the Caregiver Act. There are certain kind of requirements in state law for designating and communicating with caregivers, and this would have us review that compliance. Proposal 9 is the one that would look at Commerce's transparency database. That is a limited scope audit that again was requested by several committee members. As we've kind of, I'll go over this briefly because I know we've talked about it already. And then proposals 10 through 14 are the staff efficiency topics that I mentioned a moment ago. So no requesters on these. Proposal 10 would have us review free lunch student counts used as the basis for at-risk funding. So LPA did complete an audit of this in 2006, and we found that about 17% of free lunch students that we reviewed were ineligible. mainly from households underreporting their income. So the audit also identified some students who may have been eligible, but their families didn't apply for the free lunch program for a variety of reasons. So we were thinking that an updated review of the eligibility and verification process could help legislators determine whether changes to the free lunch process and possibly the at-risk process are necessary to ensure funds help the intended population. We've got proposal 11, which is on page 4. Again, staff topic that would have us evaluate the Kansas Protection Report Center's response to welfare concerns. So DCF operates the report center, and they're the ones who receive reports about potential children in need of care. So there's been a lot of media coverage of late in recent years about maybe cases where children were unsupervised or living in a home without, utilities, and that were referred for investigation, but maybe closed without the child being removed from the home. So this would have us kind of review DCF's process and whether or not that follows state law and agency policies for things like receiving, documenting, and assessing abuse, neglect, and exploitation reports. Proposal 12 would have us evaluate state agencies' registries of perpetrators of abuse, neglect, and exploitation of persons with disabilities. So there are, we think, 7 agencies who maintain registries of people who have been confirmed to have abused, neglected, or exploited adults and children. But those registries are separately maintained and updated by agency staff. So there was testimony to a joint committee in January 2023 that suggested the current registries may not effectively prevent known perpetrators from being hired. So this audit would kind of look at that process. Proposal 13 would have us review, this one would be very small, but this one would have us review the State Department of Education's square mileage data. So this is born out of a previous audit that we had done where we saw maybe potential issues with the way that some districts had calculated their transportation or square mileage data. So school districts receive transportation funding from the state that is based on kind of a formula, and we'd kind of look into that process. So that is, again, it's small, it would be 1 staff, 1 month is what we're estimating. And then the 14th proposal, which is the last one for you all to consider, is born out of committee rule, which again indicates that we should annually put before you all for your consideration an audit that would have us follow up on previous audit recommendations. So in this particular one, we would follow up on recommendations from LPA's 2022 audits of foster care, the tax credit for low-income students scholarship program, and trends in social workers employed by school districts. And again, that one would be relatively small, so 1 staff, 2 months.
Committee, I guess we're ready to vote and take action. So Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think those 2 that we discussed earlier, particularly 9 and 8, were 2 that we discussed continuing, and I think those are 2 important audits that I would put at the top of the list.
You want to make that in form of motions?
I would move 9L and 8L be considered.
Okay. Is there a second on it? Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Senator Thompson. I was going to say Tyson, I apologize. And Representative Williams makes a second. Discussion on the motion. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I might ask if we could make a substitute motion on that, on 9 in particular, because you know, it was supposed to be a limited scope. And I think that the Commerce Chair has talked about, well, we need, and there was a bill this year, but we really just didn't have a time to get to it. So there's a whole other issue about what is really in statute and what was the intent initially. But maybe the substitute would include that, and please tell me if this would be not a good idea, but provide reason, does the database provide reasonable functionality necessary to fulfill the intent of the law? Because that was absolutely disastrous for me, and just a quick look at it today, it didn't provide the functionality at all.
So, thank you, Representative. Instead of a substitute motion, I would ask the maker of the motion if he would adjust his motion to include your language.
I would. Okay. I think that's very important. Representative Williams brings up a good point. The database is no good if it's not functional, and it needs to be able to do a quick search, see who's getting the money, how much they're getting. It's extremely important, so I agree.
Okay. So for clarification purposes, Senator Thompson made the motion that has been amended and is clarified, and Representative Williams seconds the motion. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay. Representative Sawyer.
I make a motion, we do the others that are requested by legislators, proposals 1 through 7.
Okay, there's been a request to do them separately, so why don't you pick one or two?
I was trying to speak these on.
No, I think that would be fine to, how about this? Representative Williams.
Am I responding to his motion, or am I making a separate motion?
You're making a separate motion, and you
Okay.
can exclude whatever one you want out and put the rest in.
Okay, well, you know, for example, on the first one that's listed here from Representative Mark Schreiber, as someone in education, this has never even been brought up to me. So I'm curious by it. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. It may be very, very valid. It says legislators have expressed concern that student IEP goals are not regularly updated and that districts do not notify parents of their rights. That may very well be true. Also, there have been concerns in our hearings on child find. Does child find work or not? So I don't know if, we want to do this or not.
Let's go 2 through 7. How's that? Would you make that motion? I'm trying to speed up the process, and I think it's actually slowing us down.
Yes, I
let's
would
just take
make them.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion then.
Okay.
I move that we accept the Osawatomie State Hospital audit and 2L. So it would be 7L and 2L. I think 7L is Osawatomie. Okay, so that's my motion, 7L and 2L. And it's been moved by Senator Tyson, seconded by Representative Probst. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, and those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion that we approve 5L, which was Senator Wares, and then 6L, which was Representative Tarwater's on review of the Central Plains School District Adult Virtual School Funding.
Okay, is there a second on the motion? It's been moved by Representative Williams, seconded by Representative Tarwater. Discussion on the motion, Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had hoped that we would hear 6L separately because I have some questions and some issues with this. And we can proceed however we want, but I had some real concerns about this, and I pulled the Kansas Department of Education's audit from 2 years on this, and I feel if there's different information out there, I'll stand to be corrected, but I feel that one, there's been a conversation about this. My understanding is there's language in the coming conference committee report that addresses this going forward so there's consistency. There's some real issues in the Kansas Department of Education's information indicating that they're overcharging or overstating the number of credits and that they're issuing through this virtual program. And I feel like I feel like the audit process is being used to compensate for what is an accounting failure. And I don't think that's an appropriate use of this auditing staff. Also, back to my previous point, this is really granular. We're talking about $300,000 or so to a school district, one school district in the state, who then contracts with a private company to provide this virtual education. And we're going to use taxpayer resources to compensate them for the money that they think they're owed because they have a disagreement with an audit from the Department of Education. I don't feel, if we want to do an audit of the entire virtual school system, I would love that. I think there's probably a lot of flaws in that. But I don't think looking at one particular school district specifically to take taxpayer money and give it to a private company is the best use of our resources or this committee or the auditing staff.
Other discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And normally I would want to say I would agree with you, Representative Probst, but in this case, we're not really talking about virtual school. It's adult virtual program that's being administered through Central Plains. And what's happening is that you have a report on a database system and you also have a transcript. And when there was one error, they eliminated all the credits, which doesn't seem to make sense. And actually, we do have a way to move forward. You are correct, and that's great. But what happens to that school district that potentially lost a lot of dollars when we, by statute, said they could have it? And we provided this money by statute for these adult learners. And we will really never know the end of the story or the rest of the story until we look at this. And if we do, then it actually will give us better understanding of what we're looking for in the future, because there is a corrected and a better process.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize to the committee. I don't want to keep this going forever, and I know that I'm probably tilting windmills here. But yeah, I appreciate that. But the bottom line is it's not to a district. It's $709 a credit that we pay that's, I believe, and what I don't have is how much money passes through the school district to a private organization that has this program in many states. So it's a private company that's ultimately trying to get money out of us because they think because the school district or whoever misaccounted for this. The 2022-23 audit, which the school district did not dispute, still showed that they overcharged for 175 credits. And they had 45 students who had credits on their transcripts that had already been claimed and funded in the previous school year. And they had 165 students who were claimed for more than 6 credits, which is the max they can earn. This is an accounting problem at the district level, and we're gonna approve an audit and put people to work on this when it sounds very much to me like an internal auditing or an internal accounting problem. I don't think this is what we want to have our auditors doing. If we want, I would say, there's 3 things I would say. I would say don't do this audit at all. Expand it to all virtual education to see if we have a system that's effective, or to limit it to a 100-hour audit, because I probably have most of the information needed for that audit right here.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know what tilted windmill means, but consider mine tilted after that. So, first of all, I don't know what a private company or if a school was doing its service itself has anything to do with the request of this audit. I realize you don't like money going to a private entity, but it did, and it is, and the legislative intent was that it should. And so that, we've got to set that aside when we're making this decision, I think. And we'll agree to disagree on private versus public, on who does a better job there. I think the school district made a decision to contract with this company. This company provided a service. Maybe the school district made some errors in its accounting. Those errors were tried to, they were supposedly fixed. Department of Education said, no, we've already closed our books. And so we're trying to right a wrong here. And if we don't do that, what happens in the future when our students need help from an outside company, when we have a reputation of putting the screws to these companies, when after the fact, if they delivered their service, and then they blamed a school district accounting. We just had another audit earlier today about a school district that misappropriated funds, or maybe not, but they weren't coded right, and so it happens. And so that's probably why we need to do the audit. That's all. My windmill's back up now. Thanks.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to know, are these funds from, in reference, when I was reading some of the literature, it said $709 per credit, and then the rest was going to be up to 6 credit hours, I believe, and then the rest was going to be from KSDE. Are all of those funds from the education fund, or are some of them from the state general fund and some of it is from the education fund?
Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you. So that's $709, 6 credit hours per year that could be used. That's what the state provides for this type of education for any adult learner in any adult program that is utilizing and following the statute. So there is not like a fund. It's state general fund money.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just, I think it might be necessary to look into it because I was a little confused about where the funds were coming from. So you're saying, I hear the representative say some of it is from the state general fund. So am I to assume when KSDE is reimbursing the rest of those credit hours is from the education budget? Is that correct? Or they're not the same thing? They're two different things?
Representative Williams. Okay.
Okay, that money is allotted in the budget?
So
I just
we have
wonder
a
where the money's coming
question.
from.
I appreciate Representative Probst's question to expand the audit. So it would include what is in this, but also take a look at some of the virtual schools. And I know we'd like to hear from legislative adult learning. What, Representative Probst, would you like to talk to that a little, and so that staff can figure out what you're looking at so that they could kind of give us an estimate on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is off the cuff because I wasn't prepared to make that motion, but I know we have a number of virtual programs. Some are for adult learners and some are for in-school students. And I think that's probably, this kind of raises the idea of should we look and see whether they're billing appropriately for the students that they're serving. And so I would probably propose that we expand the audit to also include Central Plains, but say we could do some select districts, look at their virtual programs, and leave some discretion to do school age and adult learning. But look at those and determine whether those are being managed appropriately and accounting it correctly for the credits that they serve.
So just to be clear, it would be the language that is included in this audit plus the additional, okay. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I would consider part of this friendly, and I would update it to include that. But the part I would recommend changing is just focusing on the adult learners. And the reason is because we've changed the formula. If 387 were to pass, we've changed the formula so that now, just like a brick and mortar school for those virtual schools, which by the way are all public, all virtual schools are public schools for our K through 12. And so we've changed the formula so that they don't just get full credit of the $5,600 or $2,800 for partial. They can get it by the number of hours, just like a brick and mortar student would. So that kind of changes things a little bit. Second of all, it's very, very broad, what you're asking. And it mixes two concepts that are different. These are for individuals that are 19 and over. And it would be very good for all of us to have a better understanding of the adult learner programs. What kinds are there? There are some that are public, probably administered right by the school. I don't know that for a fact. Frank could weigh in on that. And then some come in and help make this possible because they will locate these adults. So that's in part one of the things that they do is they locate these adults that have just dropped out of the system or no longer participating in school. And so I would say then if we want to expand, then we would say maybe include this one and no more than 3 to 4 other adult learner programs in comparison.
So Representative Probst, and I would say that this audit is currently at 3 months, 3 staff, and so would that language be acceptable to you as an amendment?
I'd be fine with that.
Okay, Kristen.
So I think clarification that would be helpful to us is that as currently written, the box is drawn in a way that we would be focusing only on credits that were disputed between the district and KSDE's audit. So that's all we looked at when we developed this, so I'm not sure if there are other districts who fit inside the same box, if that makes sense. If KSD is here, I don't know if they can provide some insight on that.
Would you please? Thank you.
Frank Harwood, Deputy Commissioner. So there are 60 districts that run virtual adult programs this year. We don't know if there would be more of them next year. And I would say all of them have some degree of credits that then don't get funded based on what they put in. And it would be for a variety of reasons. So it would be fairly simple to find 3 or 4 other districts. And actually, we would have a list of all of the districts and what they submitted for payment and what they were audited to get. So they could select from that group to see other ones that were that way.
I think the committee's in agreement then. Further discussion. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think maybe in the language you could put looking for consistencies or inconsistency in how the audits were done that were disputed from the various districts. And I think we could still get to the bottom of the Central Plains, but also at the same time, take a look at some others potentially.
Hopefully avoid the issue in the future. Senator Thompson.
Are we going to divide the question between 5 and 6? Because we've discussed 6, but I have some comments about 5 that
Well, the motion was 5 and 6 together. So if you have comments on 5, that is still the debate. So
My concern about 5 with regard to the hemp is that there are a number of the states that have different marijuana laws.
So, Senator, you make a good point. I think, okay.
It's about hemp, but no, 5.
So I'm going to ask the maker of the motion in the second to withdraw, and we're going to redo 6, and then we'll come back to 5, because we've got too much discussion on this, and I don't.
I made the motion, so I'll withdraw my motion, and then I will offer the motion that was slightly revised for 6L.
And if you would wait on that motion.
Okay.
I have to make sure that the second withdraws. The second was Representative Tarwater.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll withdraw.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So I'm going to refer to Kristen now so we can clarify language before you make your motion, Representative Williams, so that we know where we're at. Okay, Kristen.
Okay, so my understanding is that you all would be approving audit proposal number 6. It would expand from Central Plains School District to include 3 to 4 other school districts. And it would be looking at disputed credits, but also at consistencies or inconsistencies. And is it KSDE's process of auditing?
Representative Probst.
Yes, but also in the way that the credit hours are billed. That's the basis of an audit that KSDE would do.
Representative Williams.
Yeah, I think that if you included just an examination of how the audit process works, and we do know that we're codifying a good process right now in 387. So I think that that would work, is that you're trying to discern what is that process and what are those discrepancies, and get to the bottom of it that way, if that's sort of where we're going.
Representative Probst.
I think we're coming at it two different ways. We're trying to get the same thing. I want to make sure that companies or districts that are billing 4 hours are doing it accurately. And I want to make sure that if we're auditing those, that we have a consistent process for that. And I think that we both agree on that. Sorry.
So Representative Williams, do you want to make your motion?
Yes, I will make a motion, and I will say that part of the discrepancy in this whole issue was that the different auditors in different years had different ways in which they were auditing, and thus creating the problem, and thus that's where we are. So let's see. In terms of a motion, it is expanding 6L to include 3 to 4 other school districts and examining how they are billing for their credits and examining how they are being audited to ascertain or to determine consistency and accuracy.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion? Representative Probst, okay. It's been moved by Representative Williams, seconded by Representative Probst. Discussion on the motion. I will ask a question, and then Senator Reddy. I would ask, I'm keeping, I guess, project manager here. I am actually keeping a tab of where we're at on staff and months, and can you give just an estimate off the top of your head what this would increase it to? And it's currently at 3.3.
I have no idea. To be honest, I feel comfortable in saying it's still only one audit slot, but I think it's also appropriate because we're talking about big enough changes that although you will, if you approve it today, we would come back to you with a revised proposal so you all can see it and make sure that it is what you want it to be before we actually move forward with it. And I'm looking to Chris to make sure that I'm not butchering anything.
We're all fine with that. Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that it did have, when you said 3 or 4 other schools, 3 or 4 adult virtual schools. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. So we're back on the list. We've got 5. We're back on the list. Senator Tom Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move that we approve number 14 on the performance audits.
Number 14, that's a motion. Is there a second? It's been moved by Senator Peterson, seconded by Senator Thompson. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. All those opposed? I don't hear a nay. Motion carries. Senator Thompson.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move 12E, evaluating state agency registries of perpetrators of abuse, neglect, and exploitation of persons with disabilities.
Excuse me, would you say the number again?
12E.
12E. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Senator Thompson, seconded by Senator Peterson. Discussion on the motion. Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to clarify. The question says, did state agencies maintain complete abuse, neglect, exploitation registries? So is the part of the explanation says confirmed cases added to one registry. Are we looking at if they are streamlined or if they're in different pockets of notification? Like streamlined in one place?
Kristen, do you mind?
I don't know that our expectation would be that they would be streamlined in one place per se, but it would be more like, do they communicate with each other? So if someone was looking to hire someone, that they would be able to get the information they need to screen people out.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back on the list. Water.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move 4L, the transient guest tax.
It's been moved by Representative Tarwater, seconded by Representative Sawyer. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back on the list. Senator Ware, I'm sorry I didn't see if you raised your hand before.
Thank you so much. I would like to move that we accept 5L. I have some thoughts on that. In addition to the uses for hemp that are listed here, it can also be used for building materials. You can make plastic out of hemp. Henry Ford made a car out of hemp way back at the very beginning of the last century. We're talking about utility. It is the furthest thing from anything that's even vaguely like marijuana. It is legally completely separate from anything like marijuana. And the maximum is 0.3% THC, so it's virtually completely impossible that there be anything psychotropic involved with it. In fact, towards the beginning of the past century, farmers were required to put a certain number of acres into hemp for the war effort because it made the best rope involved. And so we still have, many generations of it later, we still have ditchweed growing, and you cannot kill the stuff. And so why would Kansas ignore what you can't even get rid of and could be a very, very valuable, viable, industry? Other states are doing really well with it. Other states are handling it differently. And I believe it's because of things like the higher fees in Kansas, probably some other factors as well. And so I just think that it would be very, very helpful to Kansas farmers to have yet another way to get by, because most of them are just getting by. Thanks.
Getting by. Thank you, Representative. Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I have real concerns about this for a number of reasons. Number one, part of the survey requires the farmers who are growing to summarize their opinions about the impact. You've got different states with different laws. I have a feeling you're going to get apples to oranges comparisons here on this. It also does not include the requirements for processing and distributing hemp. And hemp is allowed to have 0.3 THC. I do know that there are difficulties with controlling that THC level and how that is being used and distributed. And so I think I would, if we were to go down this path, I would really like to look this over very carefully to make sure we're going to get something that is usable rather than just an opinion survey. Senate Bill 555 was targeted at hemp growers to allow them to legalize marijuana in this state. They were cutting out the pharmacies. That was a 76-page bill that was designed by the hemp growers in Kansas. My concern is this is going to be used to justify some situation like that. If we were going to look at this sort of data, I would want a much more tightly focused study that would make sense. Because if you've got other states with different regulations on hemp, what are we comparing? And I'm not sure we're going to be able to use that information wisely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the question. It says, how do Kansas requirements related to growing hemp compare to requirements in other states and the federal government? And as we were trying to make some comparison, the bill on the House side wasn't anything like the Senate. It really just lowered the licensing fees, which were astronomically high, and it was for an area of land, and if it was separated, it wasn't adjacent to another area, you had to have another licensing fees. And so I think it would be very helpful for us to just see what's going on in other states. How well are they doing? Is this something that we want or not? But right now, we don't really have a complete picture. So for that reason, I would be supportive.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if this was passed in 2019, I don't know if there was ever a post audit done on where we are in the hemp industry in Kansas, how it's doing, what are the barriers that are keeping it from being successful, or hearing it from the people that are actually part of the industry. So I would like to see part of that. I understand why we should compare it, but I don't know how you would pick which states you want to compare it to. I guess that would be my only thing. But I would like to hear do a post audit and see where we are since the bill has been passed in this sector and in the agricultural department. Thank you.
Senator Ware.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we rarely get any kind of an audit for ag-related things, and this is one. I think it would be reasonable just on that basis. But my intent with this is in no way to open the door, even a crack. This is specifically about industrial hemp, nothing more. And right now, the truth is that because, in large part, because of the high fees, the hemp industry that should be flourishing in our state, our farmers should be making money in a big way off of this, is actually diminishing instead of flourishing. And I think that this year is our last really good chance to make some adjustments to make it more workable. It's an economic development idea. The beginning of it, the answers that this would give us would help promote a whole new industry.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I do know, though, in other states where marijuana's been legalized either as quote-unquote medical, and I hate to use that term because it's a Schedule I drug, or recreational, the number of hemp growers actually drops because they go into full-bore production. And so that's why I don't think we're going to get, there's only 3 states that haven't legalized, Kansas, Nebraska, and Idaho. So I don't think we're going to get a true vision of what this is going to do based on, what states you're going to pick. Maybe pick those other 2 states, Idaho and Nebraska, see what they're doing. That might be a more valid response than, say, Missouri or Oklahoma, because you're going to get a completely skewed version of what information you're going to get.
So, Senator, we could ask if the maker of the motion, we don't have a second yet, by the way. We do need a second. So Senator Ware has moved. We weren't going to let it die, for lack of a second. But Senator Ware has made the motion. Representative Sawyer seconded it. Would you be acceptable to amending the language so that it specifically said compared to those 2 states?
Not entirely, because part of the look that I was hoping for is that we would also be looking at states that are using the USDA as well as their own departments, and I don't know about those 2 states, and I don't know if those 2 states have a really viable, thriving hemp industry. And that's the point. And I really wish that with this discussion, we would just leave the word marijuana completely out of it, because it has nothing, not a thing to do with marijuana.
So Representative, please, I would ask that you would accept that those 2 states be included, and then they can pick other states also.
That would be fine, yes. If there goes beyond that, yes.
Senator Red.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm being prompted, so I'm kind of new to adding a friendly amendment to the motion that's been made. I would like to know where the hemp industry is now, since we just approved it in 2019, in the state of Kansas. Is it thriving? What are the challenges as we look at other motions being made? Thank you.
Thank you. We have a conflict of schedule, and I think we're in good shape. I appreciate the good senator and the vice chairman. You know, it's that time of year, we've got 100 things going on. So thank you for being here today. Senator Ware.
I can speak to that last thought. The Ag Department does a hemp report each year, and so there's a pretty full picture of the current situation in the hemp industry in Kansas that, like I say, should be flourishing, but unfortunately, it's diminishing.
Thank you. So the amendment would be your original proposal, including Nebraska and Iowa. Were those the two states, Senator Thompson?
Idaho.
Idaho.
Idaho, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. And other states. Okay. So Senator Reddy's question was already part of it, so it's being covered. Is that correct, Senator Ware?
Well, we already have that information. Our Ag Department gives us a report on the hemp industry each year, so.
Okay.
In the Ag Department, in the Ag Committee, so.
The other thing I would add on is that type of information is likely something that we would capture as part of our background research on an audit. So we, like, each audit has kind of the first part of it that just gives some explanatory information. So I think that that's likely information that would land in there anyway.
That makes sense. Thank you. Okay, is everybody good with the motion that's before us? Okay, great. And it's been seconded, and discussion, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Committee, we're back on the list. Kristen.
And I think that you're down to one, so this would be your final selection, just FYI.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion to approve audit number 10.
A second. It's been moved by Representative Probst, seconded by Representative Tarwater. Discussion, Representative Williams.
Okay, so just so you understand how it's done now, it isn't done the way that it was previously. Since COVID, things change, and they do kind of like a Medicaid certification. So if your family qualifies for Medicaid or those services, you do not have to fill out the paperwork anymore. And so that's why that is partially why we've seen a huge increase in funding in the past 2 years, because I believe it started last school year as a pilot, and then it is again now. So it has impacted funding, and we are paying more. But I don't think that, and Frank could speak to this, but I don't think the parents are required to fill out the forms anymore.
Well, and if it's my understanding, we cannot audit more than 3%. We cannot look at more than 3%, if that's correct, by federal.
Parents can still fill out the income verification, so that is still part of the process. The food service programs in each district are required to verify 3% and are limited to 3% of the applications that they verify. But those are only the ones that are filled out by families based on income.
Representative Williams.
Yes, I was going to ask, how many school districts ask for this if we get direct certification? How many are actively asking for applications, and what would that number be? And if they, are they getting 100 per school, 10?
It depends on the school. I think every district is asking parents to fill those out. If they aren't directly certified, every family would have the ability to fill out the survey to see if they qualify for free or reduced lunch. All students that qualify for reduced lunch would be from those applications that they fill out at the district. There are districts that have community eligibility for free lunch, which means all students get free lunch because of such a percentage. Those districts typically then have families fill out the income verification or income form, so that then, because that doesn't count towards the at-risk funding, which is based on free lunch students.
So Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to weigh in on this. This one caught my eye as well, and I didn't know that several people already qualify. And maybe that's how we go into the future is if they automatically qualify, then they count. If they don't, then they don't. And the reason I say that is because I'm close to a teacher in the Kansas City, Kansas School District who spends their first 2 weeks of the school year, prior to the school year, calling families and having them fill out these forms telling them they can get a free lunch if they have a certain income. And that influences people to fill these out in a way that would benefit themselves, which also benefits the school, which also costs taxpayer monies when otherwise they wouldn't.
So maybe privately you would want to let them know the school district so they can be part of the audit.
Yeah.
So we can, I think, legislative audit would be receptive to input on that. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe, and since we're on this, trend of changing our audits, maybe we slightly alter this so that we are taking a look at how this process has changed since COVID, and then evaluating those that are filled out and how many are they, and how can we verify that they are not fraudulent. I don't know if that's within the scope of what you were mentioning in terms of that teacher making those phone calls.
So, and Representative, we are approving the audits, which there are amendments along the way, and this was a staff, this proposed audit. This was not a legislative proposed audit, so it would make perfect sense to make an amendment to this to include that language. I would also like to include citizenship in the audit. Is there any further discussion?
I just asked for clarification on so I'm following along in what it is that we would be changing with the language, that we would be looking at how the process has changed since COVID. I think the other part of kind of looking at whether or not the funding accurately reflects the number of students who are eligible is already covered and is still in your motion. And then Senator Tyson, you are adding
Citizenship. I was at a legislative coffee this weekend, and it was brought up that one of the school districts in Kansas has over 40% population for non-legal citizens.
So I guess clarification is, are you just wanting the number, like by
who's using the program?
The free lunch? Okay.
Discussion? Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify the question of citizenship, so there's also a lot of immigrants that are on green cards or here by other measures, or graduate students who might have student children from other countries that are not citizens. So are we talking about just citizenship regardless of everything else?
So I will clarify, I would like to know if they are here on a visa, whether they're legal, whether they're an illegal resident, or what citizenship status they have or residency status in the United States. That's all I'm asking for, clarification.
Right. And I didn't know if school districts asked those questions. That's the only reason I was.
Well, we'll find out in the audit. Any other discussion for the audit? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. We've completed the list. Committee, there's no other business on the agenda. I thank you for your work today. I think we've produced good product, and the staff has a lot to look forward to. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, would it be possible for you to send an email out with all of the items listed and with the amendments, so it'd be clear? Thank you.
Absolutely, we'll look forward to that. So, thank you. Now, next on the agenda is the next date that we will be meeting. Thanks, Chris.
And that's just a standard agenda item, and I don't have an exact date. It'll be sometime this summer.
Wonderful. So we'll poll the committee as we did before and make sure that it's a date receptive. Thank you. Committee, any other business to be brought before us? Seeing none, we're adjourned. Thank you. Oh, Chris does have.
Real quick, it is Administrative Professionals Day, so let's all give Nicole a little round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, for all you do.